All right, if the councilors would please take their seats. I'm just helping you get people seated. You're right.
Recording in progress.
Colleagues, if everyone could take their seats, please. Good evening, everyone. We are going to start in full council, and then we're going to move to committee of the whole. Councilor Lobovitz, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. We are being both audio taped and videotaped this evening. In addition to the counselors in the chamber, I have counselors Danberg, Downs, and Lipoff participating remotely, which means I think we have absent Counselor Wright, Counselor Kalis, Counselor Baker, and Counselor Mickley. I know at least a couple of them are traveling. Colleagues, I'm going to entertain a motion to go into committee of the whole with the finance chair presiding, and then we are going to adjourn for the evening, and we'll resume our work next Monday night. We have regular council meeting, and then we have land use for those of us on land use on Tuesday, and then we have further deliberations on Wednesday, and if needed on Thursday. Recess, thank you. We'll go into recess at the end of the evening. So do I have a motion to go into committee of the whole? Councilor Leary, seconded by Councilor Lucas. We'll do it in a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Chair Gentile, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and welcome to all for the FY26 budget review and vote eventually. Just a couple of things. There's no changes to what we've done the past few years. Chairman, if you could be ready to give your department's review report, and then we'll take straw votes on all of the budgets that are ready to go. In the past, we have had a pretty hard break at 10 o'clock. I have no interest in holding you here any longer than that, so that would be the plan again, unless we're in the middle of something we want to follow up. We have only so far anyway, 3 resolutions, so I'm thinking that this initial part of the budget process should go pretty quickly. But as always, I want to remind everybody that resolutions are always in order right up until we take the final vote on the budget. So if something comes up during this process and you feel as though you wanted to file a resolution, it's certainly within your authority to do so. Having said that, first item is, our first department to be reported on is the mayor's office, and I'll turn to the Vice Chair of Finance, Council Maliki.
Forgive me if I forget, do we stand up in this or not?
No, you can sit.
Okay. All right. So the Finance Committee met this Monday, May 12th, with CFO Lemieux and Director of Community Engagement and Inclusion, Hattie Kerwin-Derrick, who presented the budget. I'm sorry. Okay, is that better? All right. Ms. Kerwin-Derrick noted that inclusion efforts now are focusing on employee recruitment and procurement, and from discussion with their consultant, they believe the city is compliant with recent executive orders by not excluding anyone. They're also working on translation, both verbal for people coming into City Hall and written for forms. Ms. Lemieux noted that about $186,000 and about $186,000 reduction. I am on, okay. Okay, all right. $186,000 reduction in the executive budget reflects the transfer of headcount, climate action consultants, and microgrants to the proposed sustainability department, as well as a $20,000 reduction in translation services, which have cost less than expected. By a straw vote of 7-0, with Councilor Grossman abstaining, we accepted the executive budget of $1,275,912.
Okay. I also wanted to just mention that there should be a one-pager on your desk entitled FY26 Mayor's Proposed Budget Departmental Breakout. That's the exact order that I'm going through, so. Are there any questions regarding the mayor's office budget? Yes, Councilor Grossman.
Are comments in order as well?
Sure.
I just wanted to comment on why I abstained on this budget in committee and why I'm going to abstain tonight, which will probably be a running theme and commentary from me this evening. I do not feel comfortable voting for this budget in full until I am confident that the school budget issues have been fully resolved. If we needed to consider reductions somewhere, this is a place personally that I would consider it, and therefore I abstain then, and I'm going to abstain again.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? I think that what I'll do is ask for, I think I'll do combinations. It might make the most sense to have voice votes, but then ask if there's anyone abstaining or opposing something, to raise your hand so we get it right, okay? If we do all voice votes, that could get a little tricky. All right, so can I get a motion to approve the mayor's recommendation of $1,275,912? Motion made by Councilor Albright, seconded by Councilor Lucas.
Actually, Councilor Chair, I wanted to just reference that the resolution that you'll be discussing later having to do with the Newton Public Schools could have an impact on many of these budgets in a small way, and so I'm not sure how you want to take that into account, but if we pass the budget as it is now and then discuss it later, is that kosher with what your thinking is?
Well, first of all, I haven't even had a chance to look at the resolution that is put in front of me at, 6:25. And I don't know if we're going to take it up tonight. So I would think, but regardless, we can always come back before we take the final vote. And if the council wishes to make some cuts at some point, or suggest a resolution, we can certainly do that. But I would think that we need, in order to keep the process going, we at least need to have these reviews, reports, take votes, with the understanding that there'll probably be a fair amount of abstentions, and then we can figure out if we need to go back, because it'll require a whole new reshuffling of the budget book if this were to prevail, not as a resolution, because then the mayor has to weigh in, but the council certainly has the authority to make cuts.
Thank you for that.
All right, so, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this has just come up about, potentially all the budgets are impacted, so it would be, I guess, helpful if people do have questions about a specific budget, if they could be specific about what their concerns are, to give us some ideas and thoughts of as we proceed with the budget process now. I don't know if that's in order or not, but.
No, that is in order, and normally if someone was thinking of proposing a cut, then they would make that known, but I think you know as well as I do, this has nothing to do with the city departments, okay? It has to do with the school budget, all right? So I don't expect that people are gonna stand up and say, I wanna cut, public buildings by X for a particular reason. Because certainly that didn't come up in the original review. So it's a little bit of uncharted territory. I'm actually thinking of how best to try and handle it as I sit here. And probably take a break in, an hour and a half or so, and maybe I'll have a bright idea, no guarantee, but maybe, and we'll get it figured out.
Okay,
But
but it's
your
clear we
point
can
is-
always come back to it.
Right. Your point is well taken. Okay, so there is and while we're on the subject, just so everybody knows, I had been told that this resolution had, well, I was told originally that there were going to be cuts recommended, actual cuts, not just a resolution. And at the time, I told the people involved that I was extremely hopeful, couldn't guarantee, but there would be a vote in the school committee on Monday evening to accept or reject a compromise that the mayor's office and the superintendent's office has been working extremely hard at. And I asked that the resolution not be submitted until we knew what was happening on Monday night, because it could be peace and kumbaya, and so we wouldn't have to get into this. So I made that clear that it was a request. I just thought it was in everybody's best interest to hold off. Now it shows up at 6:25. So as I said, we'll figure it out. We'll do the best that we can, and I'll take I'm happy to get guidance from my colleagues. Councilor Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. With all due respect, it seems to me that the concern that many people on the council have is directly related to the conversations between the school committee and the mayor. And so my question really is, what is the point of us having this conversation until we know what the resolution is?
Well, we could recess to right now if you want, if that's your suggestion.
I'm asking, I would love to hear from my colleagues what they think about that. Thank you.
I mean, if that's what people want to do, I'm happy to go home. So, and it's not a bad question, but anybody want to weigh in on that? Yes.
I'd like to.
Sure. I guess
Councilor Downs, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I think it makes sense to start with the items on which there are resolutions, so those can be dispensed with. And then we can go over department budgets if people feel like those are important to come over tonight. Otherwise, I'm happy to go home, but I think the resolutions need to be voted out. And
Okay.
they impact every other budget. So it doesn't really make sense to do the other budgets if we're all going to abstain. Or the bulk of us are going to abstain until we know the resolution of the school resolutions.
Well, who else had their hand up? Councilor Krinsman, Councilor Grossman, did you, and Councilor Lucas?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that we start with the school department, which I think is the 3 resolutions as well. I'm just looking at them now, but it looks like all 3 of those fall within school department, and then decide where to go from there. But we might as well start with that as the first department we do, and then figure out whether we want to recess, give the mayor opportunity to respond to the resolutions or what, before proceeding.
Okay, Councilor Grossman?
I think it makes sense to make as much progress as we can tonight. Obviously, completely defer to you about whether you want to start with the school department or not. I think that makes sense, but you can probably assume it will take up a lot, if not all of the evening, which is fine. I don't think it would be wise to recess now, only because then we're going to have a whole lot of work to make up later. And at the very least, if all of the departments are introduced and any questions people have about the departments is at least complete, and all we have to do is go back and vote things later, I think that that will keep our timeline within what was originally contemplated for our budget process. So I don't think we should go home. Perfectly fine taking up the school budget. And in fact, I do want to discuss those resolutions in advance of Monday's meeting, because I think our definitions of peace and kumbaya must be differing among different parties who are here and not inside the chamber right now. And I think an understanding of what this council is prepared to do has the power to shape what other parties outside this room do, and that's important.
So it was my plan to get through as much of many of the departments as we could, but to also make sure that I kept some time towards the end if we hadn't gotten to the schools, because I knew there were 2 resolutions. So I definitely was planning on getting to the resolutions tonight and leaving enough time. But as you said, I wanted to get through as much of the other work as possible. And I would still suggest that we do that. And I would suggest that we start like we always do at the top, and I'll make sure that we leave enough time to get to the resolutions. Council Lucas.
Thank you, Chair. I have a different take on this, so this is going to get confusing. So I'm looking at the 3rd budget resolution, and I count 8 departments, not counting the schools, that are not being proposed to be cut with this resolution. Perhaps we start with those 8 departments and then take up the resolutions 1 through 3, which involve the schools, and then see what the school committee does on Monday, and then come back on Wednesday, Thursday to finish the business.
Okay, Councilor President Laredo.
So, Mr. Chair, I think your plan of how to proceed and Councilor Grossman's suggestion makes sense here. My strong suggestion is we go through as many items as we reasonably can between now and, say, 9 o'clock or so. We leave ourselves plenty of time between 9 and 10 to discuss resolutions, because I think in fairness to the executive branch, we want to give them time to respond to resolutions over the weekend. I don't think we want to be giving them resolutions on Wednesday night, for example. That's a poor idea in my view. And, you know, if any of these pass, or if there's a will of the council to take action to cut something, we can deal with it near the end. But I fully agree. Let's try to get through the reports now, but leave time for the resolutions. Thank you.
I'm happy to proceed that way. That was the plan. Anybody else want to weigh in? Councilor Greenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you said that there might be a compromise announced Monday night when we're in City Council here. So I'm not sure. How do we know what that compromise is?
Well, one thing we've already planned for is, we also have a full council meeting. So the plan is to take up our regular business. I think there's going to be at least 1, possibly 2 items on second call. They're starting at, I'm told, at 6:30. So there's a possibility that they'll be, that they will take, again, I don't know this to be 100% the case, all right? I'm just telling you what I'm hearing. So if they were to take this up early, then we would certainly hear back by the time that we're, you know, into our budget deliberations, is what my thinking was, okay? Again, it's the city of Newton, and you hear different things, as you all know. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that that's going to happen. And if it's an affirmative vote, it'll be reported to us. We'll be able to share the parameters of what the agreement is, so that everybody will know. And hopefully it could get resolved. So it's a possibility, which is why we scheduled business first. Anyone else? Councilor Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. And with all due respect, this is not an easy decision by any means for me, and I presume not for any of you. But my sense is that all of us are trying to make a very significant statement about our support for this superintendent's ability to educate our kids in the manner that she, as the expert and professional that we hired to do this, sees best. And it is uncomfortable. And I know that every person's budget that we're going to talk about is going to be concerned, why me? Because I think this is a citywide issue. And I think I personally think it is an interesting statement, not only to the departments, but to the city itself and the people who live in it, that education is of tantamount importance to us, and that we are going to inconvenience ourselves and the departments of the city in order to come to a decision about this most important of issues, education. So I guess I would be interested in talking about the resolutions, but I do think, as inconvenient as it will be for all of us, I would put off discussions about any department that's being affected by the proposed in the proposals, the resolutions, that we put off discussion about until we know what the other resolution is between the mayor's office and the school department. I don't know, I hope that makes some sense to people, but thank you very much.
It's very clear. However, I think that what others have mentioned about, we have to get through the budget reports. It's part of the process, and we need to take straw votes. And if we put that off, as people have noted, it's just going to delay getting our work done. So I'm going to move forward. As I said, we will stop and leave plenty of time to talk about the resolution so that we can vote on them and get them to the executive department tonight. All right, so unless somebody else has a thought, not everybody has the same opinion, so we got to choose a course of events. So I am choosing the Grossman-Laredo course of events, order of events, all right? All right, back to the budgets. So we received the report on the mayor's office budget. I don't believe there are any other questions on the budget. I got a motion to approve it at $1,275,912. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Please raise your hand. Abstentions? All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know what. How many? All right, so there's 11 abstentions. Cassidy, let me know when you have. Yeah, keep your hands up, please. The voting's going to take half the evening.
Would it be faster to do roll call?
Would it be easier for you? All right. Can we did you get these, or do we need to do the roll call? I think if we can do a roll call. Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, so we're going to do a roll call on the mayor's budget. Counselor Albright.
Abstain.
Counselor Baker. Counselor Bigsby.
Abstain.
Counselor Block.
Abstain.
Counselor Danberg.
Abstain.
Counselor Downs.
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell.
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile.
Aye.
Counselor Getz.
Abstain.
Counselor Greenberg.
Aye.
Counselor Grossman. Counselor Humphrey.
Aye.
Counselor Kalis. Counselor Kelly.
Abstain.
Counselor Krinsman.
Abstain.
Counselor Leary.
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff.
Abstain.
Counselor Lobovitz.
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Maliki, Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Abstain.
and President Laredo.
Aye.
So the motion passes with 7 yeas, 14 abstentions, and 3 absent.
Okay, thank you. Next item is city clerk, clerk of the city council, Chairman Krinsman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Programs and Services Committee met to discuss the city clerk's budget on Wednesday, May 7th. The acting city clerk and clerk of the council, Cassidy Flynn, presented the budget to the committee. The committee discussed elections, the many meetings of the city council, our committees, our staffing challenges, the staffing challenges within the clerk's office, as well as vote by mail, the impacts of a shift to vote by mail. We spoke about the openings in the clerk's office, including the newly created position within elections and vital records. Ultimately, the vote of the committee, the straw vote, was 8-0 to approve the budget of $2,674,486, which is a 7.87% increase from FY25.
All right, any questions for the chair? Yes, Council Block.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious about the request from the city clerk, Carol Moore, and how much of her staffing proposal was included in the budget. Did you have a discussion about that in committee?
My recollection is that the clerk staff actually increased. There was one newly created position, so that was the budget. So it was actually a larger number of FTEs than prior years.
Sure. So was her request just for one additional staff, or did she have other staff or non-staff?
Well, there are open positions, but the staffing model was one additional position.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, may I get a motion? Oh, sorry, Councilor Downs.
I'm sorry, that was residual.
Oh, okay.
I'm happy to move approval.
Any other comments or questions?
Move approval.
Can
I'll move approval.
Okay, Council Krinsman's moved approval. Is there a second? Seconded by Council Lucas. So the motion is to approve $2,674,486, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain.
Counselor Baker, Counselor Bigsby,
Aye.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Danberg,
Aye.
Counselor Downs,
Aye.
Counselor Farrell,
Hold, please, first. Abstain. Thank you. Thank you.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Aye.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey,
Aye.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Aye.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Maliki,
Aye.
What?
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Aye.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes with 18 yeas, 3 abstentions, and 3 absent.
Thank you. Next is the comptroller budget. Council Maliki.
I'm sorry. Oops. Okay. So we met on April 28th with Comptroller Steve Curley. His new projects include expanded reconciliation steps to accompany expanded use of online payments by vendors, upgrading to a new software system for tracking capital assets. The department has requested an increase of from the 0.4 FTE accounting assistant position to a full-time accounting specialist to improve reconciliation capacity and keep up with increased volumes of payments citywide, including for capital projects. Regarding funds held by the department, the current year wage reserve decreased by about $1 million due to there being fewer unsettled contracts for back pay than last year. Property insurance increased by about 10%. The retirement budget is composed primarily of a $47.1 million pension contribution, $11.6 million for retiree health insurance, and $3.7 million for the school's portion of OPEB. The actuary's preliminary report to the retirement board for the 1/1/25 valuation, which is a pretty recent information, showed an unfunded liability of $277.8 million, which works out to a funding status of 67.8% funded, putting Newton still in the bottom 20% of percent funded among retirement funds in Massachusetts. Responding to a question from Councillor Grossman, Mr. Curley reviewed the final projected pension payments to get to full funding, those being across all funds, but primarily coming from the general fund, $68.1 million in August 2030, down somewhat to $61.9 million in August 2031. In August 2032, at which point we'll be fully funded, the payment would drop to about $8.8 million, with the exact amount depending on market returns in the intervening period. In response to another question, Mr. Curley noted that the assumed rate of return we're using for actuarial valuation is consistent with other communities. Councillor Grossman indicated she would abstain on the straw vote to express her belief that there was more flexibility in the pension funding schedule than is being provided. She was joined in abstaining by Councillors Bixby and Humphrey. The $70,462,978 comptroller's budget was accepted on a vote of 403, with Councillor Lipoff absent.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Grossman? Or comments?
Comment. So once again, I abstained on this budget in committee, and the reason I did so, as Councillor Malachy noted, is that the pension contribution is carried in the comptroller's budget, and the numbers of the contributions we'll eventually get to in 2030 and 2031 are in here. But our current contribution is, while not quite that sizable, a sizable and painful number that I think is unnecessarily sizable and painful. I think most people in this chamber were around or paying attention to a few years back when Councillor Albright, Councillor Lipoff, Councillor Markowitz, and I worked with School Committee Chair Chris Bresky to advocate to reduce what at the time was a 9.6% per year growth in our pension appropriation down to 6.6%, but we were really advocating for a number that was more in line with what our city, the rate that our city budget grows at. I continue to believe that there's a lot of room in this number for us to appropriately, adequately, and in a timely way fully fund our pension liability while meeting our obligations to our retirees. I understand this is a decision of the retirement board, which is a separate body than the mayor, and certainly separate from our authority, but my abstention was the only tool that I had to express my opinion on that matter, and I think it's important that we keep talking about it.
Okay, Councilor Humphrey and then President Laredo.
Yeah, I also abstain for just basically similar reasons. We can't, reject this because they have the authority to collect the money that, they want to put into the retirement board, to put into the fund. So it is just sort of expressing opposition to the fiscal strategy, which I would agree there's room to move on there if people were willing to do that, which right now they're not. So I'll abstain again.
Okay, Councilor Laredo. Excuse me, President Laredo.
So I think Councilor Grossman's statement in this regard is particularly well-founded. I share her beliefs and the belief expressed by Councilor Humphrey about our rate of pension funding and the increase, understanding in many ways this is a symbolic vote because the retirement board under state law, whether we like it or not, has the ultimate authority here. But I do think it's important to make a statement in this regard. So I will abstain. I also want to be very clear, this is no reflection at all on Mr. Curley, who I think by all accounts, and I'm sure my colleagues will agree, does an excellent job, as do members of his staff. Thank you.
Council Lucas?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'm jumping the gun on this one. I probably am. But I was just looking at an upcoming budget resolution number 3, and it's proposing to cut this particular budget by several $1,000s. So I was just wondering, is it appropriate to, this goes back to my original statement earlier, is it appropriate to vote on this department budget when you have this resolution hanging out there saying to cut it even more? And I know that, I don't know what exactly is proposing to be cut, so I'll probably abstain on this one as opposed to voting for it. But I would like to discuss resolution number 3, hopefully tonight. But
Okay.
that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Again, we had this discussion recently. I just want to remind people, I'm not taking a position on the contribution one way or another, but if it's something that you want to seriously get into, needs to start early, because they take their actions in the January, February timeframe, and they tell us it's like what the schools were used to be. I remember the days when the schools had fiscal autonomy. That ended in 1980. So with the retirement board, if you want to try and get them to consider a different funding schedule, you probably got to start pretty soon, because you know they have a schedule that has them voting the amount of money like in February. So that'd be my advice. Any other questions or comments? All right, can I get a motion? Motion to approve by Council Oliver, second by Council Leary. All right, roll call vote, please.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain?
Counselor Baker,
Aye.
Counselor Bixby,
Abstain.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Danberg,
Abstain.
Counselor Downs,
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell,
With kudos to Comptroller Curley, I abstain.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Abstain?
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman, Counselor Humphrey,
Abstain.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Abstain.
Counselor Krinsman,
Abstain.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Abstain.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas,
Abstention.
Counselor Malachy,
Aye.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Abstain.
and President Laredo.
Abstain.
The motion passes with 7 yeas, 14 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Purchasing Department. Council Malachy.
Okay. So we met on April 28th with Chief Procurement Officer Nick Reed. He also oversees the mailroom and print shop. His department had a very big year with purchases increasing from about $60 million last year to $127 million this fiscal year, due mainly to ARPA funds and large projects, including schools, on which work managing purchases is shared by purchasing and the outside project managers. Purchasing has saved a lot of space by switching to paperless operations and digitizing files. They are also working with the racial equity group to reach out to disadvantaged vendors. The department continues to have 5 FTEs. A new person was hired to replace print and mailroom operator Steve Bezo, who retired last year, but that position has been expanded. The new person, John Miker, who came from the IT department, will also be doing graphics and tech work and bring shredding in-house. Shredding had been costing $5,000 to $6,000 across all departments, contracting with their own outside shredders. But now purchasing will use funds from the current year budget to buy a large commercial shredder for savings. On a straw vote of 7-0, the budget of $651,990 was accepted.
Okay. Questions? Comments? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Okay, motion to approve, a second. Second by Councilor Greenberg. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain?
Counselor Baker,
Aye.
Counselor Bigsby,
Abstain.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Danberg,
Abstain.
Counselor Downs,
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell,
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Abstain.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey,
Aye.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Abstain.
Counselor Krinsman,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Malachy,
Aye.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Aye.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes with 13 yeas, 9 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. Next is assessing, Council Malachy.
We met on May 12th with Director of Assessing Jim Shaughnessy. He noted that there were very few changes from last year's budget as the department has limited non-discretionary spending. The department has been fully staffed for a year. Councilor Lipoff noted the great feedback he gets from his staff of assessors about Newton's assessing department compared to other towns. In response to questions, Mr. Shaughnessy noted that there's about $5 billion worth of exempt valuation in the city, with the only pilot payment being $100,000 from Boston College, with colleges, universities, and the hospital being the largest tax-exempt property owners. He also noted that there have not yet been enough sales of Village Center Overlay District properties to determine the impact on valuation, but that valuation changes that can be clearly attributed to zoning changes would count as new growth. On a straw vote of 8-0, the committee accepted the department's budget of $1,488,489.
Questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion, please?
I'll move it.
Okay, and seconded by Council Lucas. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain?
Counselor Baker, Counselor Bigsby,
Abstain.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Danberg,
Aye.
Counselor Downs,
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell,
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Abstain.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey,
Aye.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Maliki,
Aye.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Aye.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes with 15 yeas, 7 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Thank you. Treasury, Counsel Maliki.
All right, we met on April 28th with Treasurer Ron Mendez. He noted that a key focus of the department has become data security because of fraud in other communities and ensuring only authorized checks clear the account. Also, as technology for processing payments has improved, Treasury's work has become more analytical. The department has also migrated to mostly paperless operation and was recently able to surplus 10 filing cabinets. Operating budget changes include a roughly $57,000 increase in personnel due to the union contract with AFSCME and $10,000 for mailing services and postage due to cost increases. In response to a question, Mr. Mendez elaborated on how the town of Arlington, Mass. Lost $400,000 to a fraudster impersonating a vendor who convinced someone to change wiring instructions. And he noted that the Paymode X system now in use by Newton has procedures to avoid this. The total Treasury budget, which also includes state assessments, non-negotiable, debt maturities, and interest on debt, is $37,511,000, and $495, and was approved on a straw vote of 7-0.
Okay, any questions, comments? Counsel Block.
I'm interested in whether the city has insurance covering such fraudulent efforts. Does the chair or vice chair know the answer to that, and or whether we self-insure for something like this?
To my knowledge, we do not have any kind of coverage for those kinds of events.
Thank you.
I didn't ask the question, but I've never heard of it, so. Is that correct, Maureen? Maureen's agreeing.
Thank you both.
Okay, any other questions? All right, can I get a motion on the Treasury budget?
I'll move it.
Okay. Second? Seconded by Counsel Leary. Roll call, please.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain.
Counselor Baker,
Aye.
Counselor Bigsby,
Abstain.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Danberg,
Aye.
Counselor Downs,
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell,
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Abstain.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey,
Aye.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Abstain.
Counselor Krinsman,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Maliki,
Aye.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Aye.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes with 14 yeas, 9 abstentions, and 2 absent.
I know. It's 25.
Sorry, it's 8 abstentions.
How many?
No, you were right. It's 8 abstentions, not 9.
Thanks. Law, City Solicitor, Chairman Krinsman.
Programs and Services met to discuss the law budget on Wednesday, May 7th. City Solicitor Ali Giuliani presented the budget to the committee. The committee discussed with Solicitor Giuliani the variety of issues that are handled by the law department, the challenges with that she has had with filling the attorney position, largely geared towards labor. We talked about the compensation for that position and ways to help ensure that that position is filled sooner rather than later. We talked about the fact that the city is still involved in a case stemming from the Boston Marathon a couple of years ago, as well as challenges, legal challenges to the cannabis impact fees. Ultimately, the committee's straw vote was 8-0 to approve the budget of $2,299,443, which represents an increase of 1.98% over last fiscal year.
Thank you. Questions or comments?
I'll move approval.
Okay. Motion to approve, seconded by Counsel Leary. Roll call, please.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain.
Counselor Baker,
Aye.
Counselor Bigsby,
Abstain.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Danberg,
Abstain.
Counselor Downs,
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell,
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Abstain.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey,
Aye.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas,
Abstention.
Counselor Malachy,
Aye.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Aye.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes with 13 yeas, 8 abstentions, and 2 absent.
23.
23.
9 abstentions.
Okay, Human Resources, Counsel Malachy.
Okay. Finance met on May 12th with HR Director Michelle Pizzi O'Brien, who noted there is no change in FTE, but 2 vacancies because of 1 promotion. Caroline Wilson promoted to Benefits Manager from Senior HR Generalist, and 1 transfer to Parks, Recreation, and Culture. That was HR Coordinator Michael Elabrandi. This year, the department supported hiring of about 90 full-time and part-time positions and 700 seasonal, including a larger than usual number of election workers for the presidential election. A major focus now is supporting a broad search for a new city clerk. They've also updated job descriptions for all union positions in the clerk's office and will be helping acting city clerk Cassidy Flynn fill 3 other vacancies.
Okay, thank
This,
you. Sorry.
This year in employment benefits, dental insurance was transferred to Blue Cross Blue Shield, Dental Blue with orthodontia added, and life insurance transferred to the Harvard with 2 special open enrollment periods. $50,000 increase for consultants included funding for a personnel records audit and a classification and compensation study for non-union staff. They also have training initiatives for talent development and harassment and discrimination prevention. The department's budget of $1,364,154 was accepted by a unanimous straw vote 8-0.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Seeing none, may I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Motion to approve, second. Seconded by Counsel Oliver. Roll call, please.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain.
Counselor Baker,
Aye.
Counselor Bigsby,
Abstain.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Danberg,
Abstain.
Counselor Downs,
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell,
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Abstain.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey,
Aye.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Abstain.
Counselor Krinsman,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas,
Abstain.
Counselor Malachy,
Aye.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Aye.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes with 12 yeas, 10 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Thank you. Financial Services, Counsel Malachy.
Okay, so Finance met on May 12th with CFO Lemieux and Financial Planning and Analysis Manager Perry Rosenfield, who effective July 1 will become manager of the whole Financial Services Department, reporting to CFO Lemieux. Mr. Rosenfield presented the department's budget, noting that they are fully staffed except for one financial analyst position, which will work closely with HR. The main increase in the budget from $5,000 to $50,000 for consultants is for training on new modules by Tyler Technologies, the Munis system vendor. Funds in a non-lapsing account for Munis implementation had lasted longer than the initial implementation, but we're now running low. Ms. Lemieux noted that the other uses for this include in the consultant line are the Munis employee self-service module, reevaluating the 457 optional employee retirement plan, and modules for the purchasing department. The other notable increase of 7.2% for salaries includes Mr. Rosenfield's promotion and a 6% raise for the payroll manager with 3% for other employees. By a straw vote of 7-0 with 1 abstention by Councilor Grossman, the committee accepted the budget of $908,077.
Thank you. Counsel Grossman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to explain my abstention on this one. In this department, as Councilor Malachy noted, there is a sizable increase in consulting money, and there is a sizable increase in salaries. This is another place, just noting that we had some increases that are out of line with what we're doing in some other departments that I didn't feel ready to vote for unless and until I feel satisfied that the school situation is resolved.
Okay, anyone else? May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Okay, and second? Councilor Farrell seconds it. Roll call, please.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain.
Counselor Baker, Counselor Bigsby,
Abstain.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Danberg,
Abstain.
Counselor Downs,
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell,
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz.
Abstain.
Sorry, if you could repeat that.
Abstain?
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey,
Aye.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Abstain.
Counselor Krinsman,
Abstain.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Maliki,
Aye.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Abstain.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes with 11 yeas, 11 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Thank you. Information technology. Counselor Krinsman, is this, your vice is going to take over? Okay, Counselor Humphrey.
All right, thank you. So the committee met on April 24th to discuss this budget. I won't go into a huge amount of detail since it's in the report, but I'll just note that we, heard a final presentation from Joe Mulvey, who's departing, and heard a new presentation or co-presentation by Mr. Ansaldi, who is presumably about to take over. I don't think we've had the final vote on that yet. And one of the points that there's a couple of points of particular significance that they wanted to highlight. One was that there was a significant attempted cybersecurity attack against the city last year. That was, fortunately for us, unsuccessful, but they were just kind of underscoring that remains an ongoing concern that all municipalities are facing. And also, one thing that we asked of all the departments that night, and so I will mention those as we get to those, was we asked them, what are the federal challenges that your department is facing, even if it's indirectly? And so for IT, the answer there was that the federal government, in their immense wisdom, has suddenly rolled back information sharing on cybersecurity threats to the state and local level. So that is going to pose a challenge for all cybersecurity professionals at every level of government, as well as the private sector. And so we approved the number there. Let's see, that was $2,824,894, and I don't have the number, the roll call number in front of me for that one. I don't know if Councilor Krinsman might have that.
The department recommendation?
Yeah, from the committee. I can't remember what the vote was.
Oh, the roll call.
Yeah.
Okay, you have the dollar amount.
I read the dollar out.
Okay.
Sorry. Here we go. That was, apologies, normally I have this up in front of me.
We can get it.
Yeah.
What day did we do that?
That was the April 24th. I think it was everybody that was there that voted in favor. I just don't remember who was there for that one.
All right, while we're looking for that, I see that Councilor Downs has her hand up.
Yeah, it just says unanimously in the report, so I don't have the exact number.
Okay.
Yes, I have a question. There's a proposal upcoming to remove about, and this would be just from expenses and capital outlay, 29,000 from IT. I would like to know what kind of effect that might have on this department's functionality before I can vote on this.
Was that what you saying? There was a proposed cut of how much?
There's a proposal in one of the resolutions upcoming to cut 29,000 from IT in capital outlay and expenses. That's part of this proposal. I think it behooves us to know what might be cut as a result of that proposal, particularly in light of how much this department is taking on.
So I would think, well, it's more like what the makers of the resolution are proposing, because they just proposed a flat, because the actual, what would happen is that the mayor would, if she were going to follow the resolution, would come back and tell us how she would make that cut. I don't know if anybody in this chamber can do that right now.
And may I propose that be one of the questions that we send up to the mayor along with the proposal?
Yeah, when we take up that third resolution, we can, I suppose, send along questions such as this. That's probably a good idea.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments on the Information Technology Department?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, just want to say the vote was 7-0 because there were
They're telling me it was 8-0.
But I know I wasn't there when we voted. So
that was
so
what I
7-0.
thought was the case, but that's why, again, it just says unanimously. So, yeah, sorry about
7-0.
that.
All right. Anyone else have a comment or a question? If not, may I get a motion? Council Lucas moves approval. Council Humphrey seconds. Roll call, please.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain.
Counselor Baker,
Aye.
Counselor Bixby,
Abstain.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Danberg,
Aye.
Counselor Downs,
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell,
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Abstain.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey,
Aye.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Abstain.
Counselor Krinsman,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Aye.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Maliki,
Aye.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Aye.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes with 15 yeas, 7 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Thank you. Next department is the Planning Department. Chairman Baker.
So, Mr. Chairman, the Vice Chair is going to take the lead on the budget item.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So the Zoning and Planning Committee took up these items on April the 29th. During the conversation with the Planning Department, I'll just point out a couple of highlights. The rest of it is in the report. We had several deep dives into not only what the department had accomplished year to date, but where they were going in FY26. We talked a little bit about BERDA. We talked about the ADU ordinances that have recently passed. We did touch on their staffing. They currently have 1 open position, but it is not a new position, so their staffing level is not increasing. They plan to have that hire in place in June. We talked a lot about consulting fees that carried over from previous years into future budget years. We talked about how that was accounted for in the carry forward process. Hopefully we don't get into too many questions about that tonight. because obviously time you didn't will need help. But this budget of $2.699 or $2,699,174, which represents a 1.68% increase, was approved 7-0.
Thank you.
That's all I've got.
All right, questions or comments? Council Kelly.
A really simplistic question I'm almost embarrassed to ask, but what does GF only mean?
General fund.
Thank you.
It means that down below, CPA is separate. I had to ask as well.
Okay. Anyone else? May I get a motion?
I'll move.
Okay, Council Oliver's moved it, seconded by Council Leary. Roll call, please.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain.
Counselor Baker,
Aye.
Counselor Bigsby,
Abstain.
Counselor Block,
Abstain.
Counselor Danberg,
Aye.
Counselor Downs,
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell,
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Abstain.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey,
Aye.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas,
Abstain.
Counselor Maliki,
Abstain.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Abstain.
President Laredo.
Abstain?
The motion passes 10 yeas, 12 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Thank you. Next is Public Buildings, Chairman Albright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We met on April 30th, and we had a presentation from Commissioner Morse. He started by sharing with us the under $75,000 projects, which are not in the CIP, and then went on to discuss all of the building projects that he's working on, which are more than I think the city has worked on in a very long time. And will continue on into the next year, including Lincoln Elliott, the Cooper Center, which will open in the fall, Countryside School, Horace Mann, Franklin School. And we talked about all the staff and how they project manage all of these projects. And for Councilor Lipoff, you should tell your sister that he did specifically share with us elements of the lessons learned database that she asked that the Public Buildings Department created, and that he still uses it, and he actually gives that database to all the people who do projects and asks them to read it in advance of doing any projects in Newton. So you should let her know that she started something good.
Will do.
They had a straw vote on the budget, and the vote was 7 in favor, none against, and for the amount of $6,878,430. And with that, I move the approval.
Not so much a question, Chair, but thank you. I would like to say that I should have said something on informational services, but I will say it now. With buildings, these are two departments that I think that interact with the communities they are responsible for in an exemplary manner, and the work that they do is just 5-star. And it's a very difficult decision for me to abstain in supporting their budgets at this moment. Thank you.
Council Downs, can you hear me? Did you want to speak?
Yeah, again, this is another one I would flag because $67,000 for public buildings, expenses and capital outlays. It would be very good to know what that is before we go about suggesting it be cut. Thank you.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Council Albright did move approval. Is there a second? Seconded by Council Greenberg. Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Albright,
Abstain.
Counselor Baker,
Aye.
Counselor Bigsby,
Abstain.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Danberg,
Aye.
Counselor Downs,
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell,
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Abstain.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey,
Aye.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Abstain.
Counselor Princeman,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Malachy,
Aye.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Aye.
President Laredo,
Aye.
the motion passes with 14 yeas, 8 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Thank you. Before I ask Council Malachy to give the report on sustainability, I just want to bring to your attention that in past years, you saw the mayor's office, the executive office / sustainability, because that's where it resides right now. There is a proposal, as I'm sure you're aware, to create a separate department. It did not receive overwhelming support in finance the other night. There were 2 in favor and 6 abstentions. So it will be on the, the docket on Monday night. It'll be on second call. So I just want to point that out. It doesn't affect the money. The money would be the same, whether it was its own separate department next year or whether it remained with the executive department. So, as I said, it doesn't affect the requested allocation. The report, Council Malachy.
Okay, so we met on May 12th with Acting Director of Sustainability, Josh Morse, as well as co-directors of Sustainability, Ann Berwick and Sam Nyman, Climate Action Coordinator Caroline Weiss, and COO Jonathan Yo, and discussed the budget in conjunction with that separate docket item, splitting off sustainability as a new department. Mr. Nyman explained there would be 3.5 FTEs. This includes the recently created but not yet filled position of BERDO manager, but it does not include the interim department head position being handled by Josh Morse. It was later explained by Mr. Morse that it would be up to the next administration how to structure the department, which could be a promotion from within for a permanent department head. But he did not expect an increase in headcount beyond the new BERDO position. Mr. Nyman said a main focus now and going into FY26 would be implementing BERDO. They're looking to convene the advisory commission in September and have regulations in early spring. Caroline Weiss talked about the work on the next climate action plan to replace the current one, which expires in 2025, with the goal of having a concise and usable document and a dashboard showing progress. Ann Berwick talked about emissions reduction and clean energy programs, including for our future energy coach, Newton Power Choice, and the electrification ordinance. and Mr. Nyman gave an update on municipal solar and building decarbonization projects. Councillor Gentile questioned what would be gained by creating a new department. Others asked why it was under the jurisdiction of finance as opposed to ZAPRO programs and services. That's again something that the next administration could decide on. Also, how we had much discussion. There was a question on how much discussion the administration had had with the council president about creating the new department. And several of us commented on whether resiliency had sufficient emphasis in the department's name and in its goals. Reflecting those concerns, docket item 10225 to create the department was approved by a vote of only 2-0 with Gentile, Mickley, Malachy, Bixby, Grossman, and Lipoff abstaining. The proposed budget of $521,267 was accepted on a 6-0 straw vote with councillors Gentile and Grossman abstaining.
All right, thank you. Questions or comments? Councilor Grossman.
Comment, and Mr. Chair, you already explained that we also discussed the separate docket item about the setup of this department. One of the reasons that I abstained on the budget portion of that vote was that reorganizing a department does carry certain financial implications, particularly in the future, if we're going to hire a department head that is not a current existing position, since Commissioner Morris is currently assuming that role. And given how difficult our trade-offs are right now, I'm just not convinced that this is the time to take on any additional expenses. Thank you.
So if I may, that is exactly why I abstained in committee, and honestly, I will have a very difficult time in supporting a new department at this time, because I think, as you point out, a new department means eventually there's going to be a new department head, and I don't want to go there right now. Councilor Lucas.
Thank you, Chair, and for your explanation earlier. Just a couple of questions on this department. It says right here that the current department head is Josh Morse. He's the
interim.
Sorry, the interim department head. Was Bill Ferguson the former? I don't want to call him the former department head because this is a new department. So this is a new position, the department head, correct?
Well, he's interim, yes. He's the interim person that is in charge of the department. Bill Ferguson was a I'm not sure what the title was. Co-director with Ann Berwick. And, you know, now that Bill is gone, you've had 2 new people come into the department. So again, just so it's clear, there is no recommendation in front of us to hire a department head right now. The 4th position, the new position, and we all knew this when we voted on Berto, is that there would be a Berto manager. But as far as anything in front of us now for a new department head, there is not.
Okay, so I know we have a docket item coming up on Monday night, I believe.
Yes.
To create this department. If it is the will of the council to deny that, the Berto manager, will that still exist in the mayor's department?
What I would expect would happen is, as part of the budget process, hopefully right away, that the mayor would resubmit an amendment to her budget to, for now, put sustainability back in the executive department.
Okay.
And the Berto, as far as I know, you know, the search is on for a Berto manager, and the committee has started their work. So that position should be filled shortly, and there will be 4 people in that department.
Okay.
Where it resides is, another question.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the explanation. We'll discuss the department as a whole on Monday night. I presume it's on second call, but for this one, I don't think it's the right time to create this department. I think that's what Councilor Grossman was saying earlier. So I'm not going to abstain. I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you.
Okay, Counsel Humphrey.
I would ask that we just defer the budget consideration on this until we've had the substantive discussion on Monday about whether or not we want to create the department at all.
Okay, so there's a motion to hold the item?
Yes.
Okay, any comment on the suggestion to hold this item for now? Seeing none, can we do this on a voice vote?
Yep.
Give me a few nods.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor of holding the item, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the motion to hold passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next is the Police Department, Chair Grossman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee met on Thursday, May 1st. Chief McMains joined the committee. He discussed his most significant priorities for this upcoming year relating to community outreach and community policing, hiring, retention, and settling union contracts. He did note that the police union recently settled the Patrolmen's Association fiscal year 22 to 24 contract that expired on June 30th, 2021 through a JLMC award, which is the process that the city and a union goes through when negotiations require a third party, the JLMC, to make a decision and settle the contract and the award. The NPSOA, the Superior Officers contract, expired on June 30th, 2024, and that is essentially the next up to get settled. The chief did note that right now the department employs 140 officers, though we're budgeted for 149, so that's 9 vacancies, and we do have 7 out injured and 2 sergeants currently out with a disability. I think it's notable that the interest in the civil service list, which is the hiring list, has declined over the past number of years, and we only have approximately 12 people on that list. The chief did note that the department currently has a cutoff age of 32 years in order to join to be a police officer, and he's interested in revisiting that age cutoff. We did talk about any updates regarding a new police headquarters. He noted that the department has gone through the feasibility and design phase of this and awaits city's readiness to move forward from a financial perspective, most likely through some sort of a debt exclusion override. We also talked about body cameras. That was a pilot program agreement that we have in place with the superior officers and was recently awarded through the NPA as well. So likely this summer, the department will start that pilot program to test which body camera systems they like, and afterwards would have to continue to bargain with the unions to fully implement that program. We also talked about crossing guard shortages, which I know is always a topic of import to all of us. And the chief did note that it continues to be a struggle to fill these positions, and that might be something that we can put back on the table in bargaining to try to figure out how we might reimagine those positions to get to a full complement of those employees. The committee did take a straw vote to approve the police department budget in the amount of $27,346,333. That did pass 7-0. After others have had a chance to comment, I just have sort of a personal comment outside of my role as chair, and you let me know, Mr. Chair, when it's appropriate to share that. Thank you.
Okay, I think you said 346,000. I think it's 746,000.
Oh, sorry, I'm reading from the written report. Let me see.
27,700,000.
Oh, you're right. Well, there's a different number in the written report than there is on the sheet, but I'm happy to defer to the sheet, which says 27,746,333.
Right, I think that's the right number.
Is that correct?
Okay, comments? Question? We have Counsel Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll try to keep this brief. I think people basically know where I stand on this. I noticed that it was interesting to me that the Budget Resolution 3, although it's not before us now, doesn't touch this department, also doesn't touch the fire department. I would argue there's been some pretty legitimate criticisms raised over the last 6 years about the spending in both of those departments, whether or not these departments are the appropriate size for the community that we have. Obviously, they are appropriately sized and budgeted if this is the set of parameters that we want and the level of manpower or person power that we want for various functions. I happen to not believe that some of that is necessary. And several weeks back in finance, we went over the audit letter, and some of my colleagues on that committee expressed some surprise about the ongoing resistance in the police department to integrating the payroll system with the way that the other departments have done. I didn't personally find it to be that surprising. I'll leave it at that. So I'm gonna, as I think I have every year, vote no on this department. And again, just call attention to the fact that if we're talking about, spreading around the cuts that some people would like to see in order to fund NPS, these two departments have been left out of that conversation in that budget resolution. And I personally think that, that's a political decision, in my opinion, more than it is a fiscal decision or a fairness decision. So, thank you.
President Laredo.
So I have to strongly disagree with the sentiments expressed by my colleague from Ward 5. I actually am concerned that we are having difficulty filling positions in the police department. We are understaffed. I think that's a concern. I'm also concerned that we still have, while we did finally settle a patrolman officer's contract recently, that goes back a couple of years. We have contracts that are expired. I personally think it's far better practice to try to get those contracts settled more promptly. I also think, given everything that's going on in our world these days, that public safety officials and officers have a particularly difficult task ahead of them. Chair Grossman, there's what, 6, 7 positions that are unfilled, something like that?
I think, let me just go back to it. I thought it was 9 unfilled.
9 unfilled. So there's a considerable savings every year from not having to pay those 9 positions. Is that going right into the overtime budget?
My understanding is that, like any vacancy, that it would drop to free cash. Or is that not correct? That's going to go. Ms. Lemieux is shaking her head, so I think Ms. Lemieux should probably answer that question.
Do we have permission from Ms. Lemieux to answer that question?
Yes. Maureen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Laredo, particularly in the fire and police departments, we have minimum manning. So even if we have vacancies, we still have to have the same numbers of people out on the street. So you are correct. Any of those salaries actually end up getting transferred into overtime and are absorbed by the officers that we do have working to fill our minimum manning.
May I just follow up, Mr. Chair? I want to be very clear. So what you're stating to us this evening is that all of that money goes straight to the overtime budget, right?
That and probably more.
Well, that's my next question, because if I recall correctly, you're seeking money from free cash to pay additional overtime for police and fire. Is that accurate as well?
That is typically accurate. This year, we're really on the cusp of trying to figure out if we need to ask you all for money for extra overtime for both departments, but that has absolutely been historically the case.
So, thank you, Ms. Lemieux. I go back to my concern that while overtime in one sense may be financially beneficial to our officers, there's plenty of opportunity for overtime through detail work or other means for our officers. And I actually worry a great deal that when we have so many vacancies, that places strain on our department. It places strain on the officers. They're required often to work more shifts. That's probably not good for anybody. So I'll leave it at that. I'm going to support the budget, but I am quite concerned about the inability to fill certain positions with appropriately qualified applicants. Thank you.
Councilor Grossman.
Thank you. Councillor Humphrey did hit right on the topic that I had wanted to speak about on a personal level as one of the authors of Resolution 3. That is not a political or financial incentivized decision in my mind. I'll let the other authors speak to their own views. For me, it's a values statement. I think that as a local government and a municipal government, there are certain things that we bear the responsibility for our community: education and health and safety. Those are the top for me. And while I do think that, and by the way, you also said like cuts that people want to make. Let's be clear, these are not cuts that I want to make. This is a resolution that we propose for a certain purpose that we'll get to. But where we're talking about bearing inconveniences or some pain across the board, to my mind, health and public safety, because you'll also note that Health and Human Services is not touched on here. That's not a place that I want to mess with.
Okay. Councilor Leary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask if how many police personnel in vehicles, police cars, do we have on that 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift in the city?
So I certainly can't answer that. I don't know if Mr. Yo can. All I'll say is that when we have posed these kinds of questions in the past to the chief publicly, he usually, and we haven't posed these questions that I can remember to Chief McMains, but thinking back to when we posed questions like this to Chief Carmichael, that is not information that he was comfortable sharing publicly.
Well, I have heard off record it's very few in a city of nearly 90,000 people. And I just also want to jump on President Laredo's comments about, and also your comments, Chair, about the inability to fully staff the police department. That is not saving us any money. And I'm glad that there is some discussion about reducing the age and having some more flexibility about hiring requirements. Plus, I believe the crossing guards are in the police budget as well, and we have a great deal of trouble hiring those. So this is a department that's been understaffed consistently for most of the time I've been on the council. And the one thing that I would say that maybe we could parse out is with Parks and Rec having the ability to levy tickets regarding animal control items and issues with the parks. But I intend to vote for the budget. Thank you.
Okay. I see Councilor Maliki.
Thanks
and then Councilor Oliver, and then
Thanks for
Councilor
seeing me
Downs.
behind that light. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, and I think Comptroller Curley could do a better job on this, but I didn't want to leave the impression that the whole of the police department compensation is outside of the Munis system. My understanding is that it's just the police details, and I think it had to do with the part that was billing the companies using the details more than the paying of the officers.
That's correct. So every salary payment to every city and school employee flows through our financial software system. It has to do with how police details are recorded over on the police side. They keep a record of them in a different system that we are trying to get integrated into Munis that will fully integrate both the billing, the details into the payroll piece, but the actual payroll processing of police details goes through Munis.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Council Oliver?
Thank you, Chair. Councilor Oliver has asked me to speak in his behalf. Or at least in his place, if not his behalf. Well, my abstention vote, I hope, is seen as a strong indication of my support for education. I am going to vote aye for the police and fire and one other budget when it comes up. They are indication. They are the important services that we provide to our community. And I think I watched Chief McMains last night in a community meeting in Highland Park with his communications, I don't remember her proper title, but her communications officer, for 2 hours, talked with a dozen community people and several online, never indicated he was tired of it, wanted to go. He wanted to be there to share in their support, to answer their questions and also share in their support for the police. And as an indicator, I think, where he hopes that as we support the police, kids today will begin to understand how important the police are and that they are our friends and that they are here to serve us. And so, because as Councilor Grossman noted, I think this is an essential service, I will vote in favor of the police department budget. Thank you.
Councilor Downs?
Thank you, Chair. Just to piggyback on Councilor Farrell or Oliver's comment, this is one of the budgets that is not touched by the proposal in Resolution 3, so you can vote for it with some confidence. My argument was more on the lines of, if we are asking to fund the school department to get a relatively new superintendent, the tools that she needs to bring her department more transparency and effectiveness and also support our children, I think we also need to look at our new police chief and give him a chance by giving him the tools that he needs to do many good things with our police department. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Lucas?
Thank you, Chair. I was on the search committee earlier this year, and we unanimously recommended Chief McMains to this current position, and I am a believer in him, and I'm a believer in the department. I did ask a question, which Councilor Grossman referenced, that had to do with the body cameras. And with respect to the body cameras, that was the very first question I asked Chief Carmichael. Thank you, whoever said that. I forgot his name for a second, sorry. That was the very first question I asked Chief Carmichael when he was before PS&T, was the body cameras. And I asked a question to McMains, and he said it's going to be implemented in a pilot system later this year, so I look forward to hearing what the officers have to say about the body cameras. So just want to make sure everyone that that's going to be coming around, and other than that, I will support the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Albright?
I'll just add that I will also be supporting this budget. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that Officer Leo and Olive Albright are best friends.
All right, I believe I recognized everyone. Can I get a motion, please? Motion moved by Chairman Grossman, seconded by Councilor Lucas. Roll call, please.
Councilor Albright?
Aye.
Councilor Baker?
Aye.
Councilor Bigsby?
Aye.
Councilor Block?
Aye.
Councilor Danberg?
Aye.
Councilor Downs?
Aye.
Councilor Farrell?
Aye.
Councilor Gentile?
Aye.
Councilor Getz?
Aye.
Councilor Greenberg?
Aye.
Councilor Grossman?
Aye.
Councilor Humphrey?
No.
Counselor Kalis. Counselor Kelly.
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman.
Aye.
Counselor Leary.
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff.
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz.
Aye.
Counselor Lucas.
Aye.
Counselor Maliki.
Aye.
Counselor Mickley. Counselor Oliver.
Aye.
Counselor Wright.
Aye.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes 21 yeas, 1 nay, and 2 absent.
Okay, next department is the Fire Department, Chairman Grossman.
Thank you,
Chair
Mr.
Grossman.
Chair. The committee met on Thursday, May 1st, and we were joined by Chief Gentile and Assistant Chief Bianchi. We talked about a few top priorities, including updates to emergency planning, hiring, training, and particularly providing wellness for department members, both in sort of typical medical health and very importantly in mental and social emotional health as well. Chief Gentile discussed upgrading and improving the fire radio frequencies in the department's simulcast project, which has been something they've been focusing on over the last 6 to 7 years of work, and also discussed the hiring process. The fire department in the last few years had asked for our permission to begin hiring in anticipation of upcoming vacancies and retirements, and as a result, they've gotten their department down to just 3 vacancies, which is an improvement. We also talked about some of the capital investments with respect to the fire department, the new Engine 7 truck, which we're expecting by the beginning of June, and Ladder 3, which I think we approved earlier this fiscal year, and that design has been finished, but we can't expect to see it for about 3 years. We also had some questions about station improvements. Specifically, we discussed Station 1 and Station 2, and those who want to know the details, Commissioner Morse followed up with additional information that is in this report. I did want to talk for a second about overtime in this department, and Ms. Lemieux, maybe you want to say more about fire overtime. The chief stated that overtime is down by 8.64% from last calendar year and 21% if you look at it over a fiscal year basis. At our discussion, I was under the impression to still expect a sizable overtime free cash item. So I don't know if that is in line with, Ms. Lemieux, what you're thinking, and maybe you can say more. We also talked about dispatch, which was something that really needed some attention and improvement over the last few years, and the chief expressed confidence that dispatch is in a better and healthier place. The committee took a straw vote to approve the fire department budget of $33,055,048, which passed 6-0 with 1 abstention and 1 absent.
Thank you. Let's start with the overtime for a minute, because that's a question that I had. So, Ms. Lemieux, if you could, my first thing I wanted to add, my recollection was over the past 3 or 4 years, we ended up having to approve a substantial amount of money, pushing $1 million, if I'm not mistaken, you know, at this time of the year. So to hear that you may not be asking for money, I mean, that's just a massive improvement. And so can you talk about that?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a couple
Are you on? Are you on?
Yes.
Okay.
There are a couple of things going on. The fact that we have the positions filled, or more positions filled than we have had in other years, that certainly is helping the overtime. Those are new position, new people who make less than more seasoned firefighters, especially more seasoned firefighters on overtime. So that certainly helps us when we are closer to the full complement. The other thing that's happening is that in last year's budget, we proposed and you all approved those 4 extra positions for the potential dispatch that we were going to have over at the fire department. Along the way, the decision was made not to do that. So in this year's budget, we've taken those out, But in the fiscal '25 budget, we had about $750,000 associated with that in salary costs. That money is able to be moved into the overtime line. And so I don't want anyone to think that had the '25 budget been the same as the '24, we would not be in the position that we are. We did keep, I think, $450,000 of that money. We didn't transfer that whole $750 into overtime for the '26 budget, but we did add $400 onto the overtime line, and I believe we added $50,000 onto the 111F line. So I believe we kept 450 of that 750 still in the fire department. So we probably won't be in as good a shape next year, but we will still be in far better shape than we have been in the past few, in addition to the fact that the chief is doing a great job of managing the overtime.
Okay, thank you. President Laredo.
So, excuse me, Ms. Lemieux, why aren't we budgeting for more overtime so we're not relying on free cash to cover it later on?
So we've been growing the overtime budget, just like we had been with snow over the course of the years, to have, there are just so many competing expenditures.
Well, I guess I'm not persuaded by that, respectfully. We know we're going to have the overtime. We reasonably anticipate we're going to have the overtime. Seems to me we should budget for the overtime. Understanding there's not going to be perfection, I understand that. But just like I think you've done quite admirably with snow and ice, I would respectfully suggest we should do the same with police and fire overtime. Because really we're using free cash, which is supposed to be a one-time expenditure, but if every year we pay for overtime out of free cash, it's not a one-time expenditure anymore. It's a fixed expenditure that we have every year.
And you are absolutely correct, and I will tell you, I want to say 7, 8 years ago, maybe even a bit longer than that, but a while back, we were only budgeting, I want to say, $600,000 for overtime in fire rescue. This year, the budget in front of you has $1.5 million. So it has certainly been something that we have worked on, just as we did for snow and ice. It's something that we've really worked on getting increasing.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Lemieux.
Council Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask if now our firefighters are able to be free of the carcinogenic fire retardant uniforms and equipment. I know that was something we were committed to, and I just want to know if we can be ensured that they're not wearing anything with carcinogenic flame retardants.
So we did talk about it. Mr. Yo, do you know the definitive answer to whether, I know we're working on it. I can't confidently say that we're completely through the process. That's my recollection, but I'd love to confirm with Ms. Lemieux and Mr.
If I may, we have, you as a council approved $1 million 6 months ago in the fall, I think, so that we would be ready to move forward whenever the fire department identifies an appropriate manufacturer that they are comfortable with. I believe that we are going to be piloting some gear and making sure that it works the way that the manufacturer says that it does. There's some concern that although it doesn't have the PFAS in it, that it also may not protect our firefighters from heat as much. And so we have several firefighters who are going to be part of the pilot. Some of them will be thin, some of them will be medium build, and some of them will be heavy, so that we understand that depending on your build and how you run physically, does it work for you? So we are not ready to move forward with our $1 million purchase yet, but we are able to move forward with piloting this. And so we're on top of it, and because we have the money set aside, we're able to move faster than other communities.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because firefighters are really negatively impacted doing the work that they do.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you. I may have a motion. Motion to approve, seconded by Councilor Grossman. Roll call, please.
Counselor Albright,
Aye.
Counselor Baker,
Aye.
Counselor Bigsby, Counselor Block,
I'm recused.
Counselor Danberg,
Aye.
Counselor Downs,
Aye.
Counselor Farrell,
Aye.
Counselor Gentile,
Aye.
Counselor Getz,
Aye.
Counselor Greenberg,
Aye.
Counselor Grossman,
Aye.
Counselor Humphrey,
Abstain.
Counselor Kalis, Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Leboff,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Aye.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Maliki,
Aye.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Aye.
Counselor Wright,
Aye.
President Laredo,
Aye. There was just one abstention, right? All recused.
sorry about that, 19 yeas, 1 abstention, 3 absent, and 1 recused. The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, next, Department Inspectional Services, Chairman Baker.
Again, Mr. Chairman, the report is given by the Vice Chair.
Councilor Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. On April the 29th, Zoning and Planning took up inspectional services budget recommendation for our proposal for FY26. Commissioner Ciccarello took us through a lot of great information. He talked to us about the ongoing upgrades and expansion of the new Gov system, which is now how they are beginning to track more and more of their permit requests. They're moving more of them through this system faster. Kudos to Deb Finnemore, went around the room several times on that particular topic. When we got onto the topic of the code updates from last year to this year, we are now on the 10th edition of the code. The reason I wanted to mention this is there are significant changes, as we all know, to the floodplains and building in a floodplain. And there are some significant differences now with the elevation required for first floor development. Let's see, there was one other topic here. Really, we spent quite a bit of time talking about inspections, on-site inspections. Some of them are scheduled inspections. Some are also surprise inspections. The commissioner is requesting 2 new part-time inspectors, one for plumbing, one for electrical. That is often where some of the delays are encountered. he's having a fairly easy time identifying those individuals to fill those spots, which is nice to hear, given everything else we've heard about finding personnel. The committee took a straw vote. It passed 7-0 in approval of their budget of $2,283,000, $238,342, which represents a 6.77 increase over the previous year.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion? Motion to approve by Council Oliver, second? Is there a second?
Yes.
Second by Council Leary. Roll call, please.
Counselor Albright.
Abstain.
Counselor Baker.
Aye.
Counselor Bigsby.
Abstain.
Counselor Block.
Aye.
Counselor Danberg.
Abstain.
Counselor Downs.
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell.
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile.
Aye.
Counselor Getz.
Abstain.
Counselor Greenberg.
Aye.
Counselor Grossman.
Abstain.
Counselor Humphrey.
Aye.
Counselor Kalis. Counselor Kelly.
Abstain.
Counselor Krinsman.
Aye.
Counselor Leary.
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff.
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz.
Abstain.
Counselor Lucas.
Aye.
Counselor Maliki.
Aye.
Counselor Mickley. Counselor Oliver.
Aye.
Counselor Wright.
Aye.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes with 14 yeas, 8 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. Next department is Public Works. Chairman Albright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The committee met on Wednesday, April 23rd, and had a presentation from Commissioner Sullivan. She went over some of the major accomplishments of this past year. With respect to streets, the department paved 15.63 miles of roadway. And she shared with us the roads with the lowest PCI that are planned to be fixed this particular year. Let's see some of the other highlights that I want to just pick out. They increased subscriptions for curbside organic composting, and they have over 3,100 households picking up approximately 780 tons of waste, which is pretty amazing. The fleet management, the fleet grew more electric and hybrid vehicles to 69 vehicles citywide. Let's see. So this is not sewer and stormwater, right? This is just regular general fund.
Correct.
And the 311 services, they switched to another service, and that continued to grow and do well. That was some of the highlights. With respect to questions, there was a question about the resolution that Massachusetts signed on to with California with respect to level 3 charges and electric big vehicles. And the discussion led us to know that neither one of these two are really available to us yet in terms of level 3 charges nor electric vehicles. So that will have to wait, even though there's a demand to do that. There's a new solid waste contract, which did very well in terms of the first estimate of its increase in the first year was a 17% increase. But by putting it out for bid, The increase was only 8% in the first year, 5% in the second year, and 3% in the third year. There's been a tremendous reduction in water loss, leakage, due to the new water meters and other water savings from the new renovations. Let's see, I guess that's the highlights. The committee voted 8-0 in favor of voting $106,932,209 and in favor of approving this particular budget. And I'll just mention, because I'm sure Councillor Downs will mention this, that there is a I think DPW takes the highest amount of cut in the resolution number 3, and so there's a thing called legal level of control. That is that the council can only cut at certain levels, the major categories, personnel, expenses, and so forth. So we can't go down below that and say what exactly would be cut. That would be something that the mayor would have to cut and let us know. But that's why, according to the legal level of control, we can't go any deeper than is already proposed in that resolution. So that will perhaps alleviate that question.
So what's in front of us is the general fund only, so that figure is $35,965,030. That, the number you gave included water, sewer, and stormwater, which we'll take up separately.
Yep, sorry about that.
That's all right. So, questions? President Laredo.
So, colleagues, I was the counselor who asked about both water meters at this hearing and also about use of free cash for roads. And what I would just like to highlight, because it's relevant for our discussion about the use of free cash for the schools, is that every year under the administration, we use free cash to pay for road work. In fact, this year we're slated to use $4 million of free cash for road work. We've had an ongoing commitment now for I think close to a decade, maybe longer, of trying to have funding of about $9 million for road improvements every year. About $1 million of that came in through the override that was passed during the Warren administration. Some of that is state funding, but the city's portion of that comes from free cash. And the reason I think that's important for us to note is I can't think of anything that's a more regular expense for the city than ongoing basic maintenance of roads, filling potholes, doing all the things that we have learned about in excruciating detail that perhaps only people in public facilities and a few other policy nerds are interested in, about how you pave roads so you lengthen their life. But in all seriousness, and the most important thing for us to understand here, is that free cash, the money that's supposed to be spent on one-time expenditures, is spent every year on a regular expenditure. Granted, it's not personnel, but we know that we need to pave the roads every year. And we rely on free cash every single year to do that. So I just put that out there for consideration for when we're talking about the school budget later on, and the belief that we cannot take money that is designated for free cash from the schools towards operating funds. I think our practices here frankly contradict that. I'll leave it at that and urge you to pay attention to it. Thank you.
Okay, Council Humphrey and then Council Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I don't disagree with the substance of what Council President Laredo just said, or at least the underlying point in general. Although I think at the budget preview meeting earlier this year, when we floated the question of what happens if there are significant federal cuts unexpectedly at some point during the year, the answer was that the easiest toggle switch is essentially to not do a number of the contracts for roads paving that would be funded out of free cash. So I assume, without speaking for them, and again, not saying that I agree or disagree with this, but I assume that the position of the administration is that the distinction they would make there is that although it's funded as a recurring expense out of one-time funds, it's also done that way because if necessary, they can switch that off at a very short notice and just not do a certain amount. Again, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with the underlying distinction that's being made, but I assume that's the distinction they're making. On a different note, I know that, again, the resolution's not before us, but I am curious before we take a straw vote on this department, since it is discussed in their proposal for such a large reduction, if they, some of the folks wanted to spell out, at least hypothetically, what they had in mind with that, just because I think that might have some relevance to the upcoming, straw vote here, even if we just go ahead with it again, as we've been doing with the other departments. I would just be certainly very curious on that point.
Council Leary.
I can partially answer Councilor Humphrey's question. One of the things that was mentioned in the 9 levers, we could reduce trash pickup to every other week. We could charge more for blue carts. Currently, they're $200. They haven't been raised since 2010. $400 would be reasonable. Charge for extra carts as well. This is actually one department where I think if we wanted to make some hard choices, knowing that we're putting costs onto the consumers of these services, that we might be able to increase some fees or reduce costs. But obviously we need to go into a deeper dive on that. And of course it would mean that people would have to be careful about reducing waste, and perhaps we need to do something more about compost, because food waste is a big chunk of it. And I just want to ask, can we have a minimum font size for these papers? Because I had a real trouble reading it. Okay, so thank you very much.
Councilor Albright and then Councilor Malik.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, because I meant to say that in this one department, the cuts that are here are at the expense capital outlay level of control. That's the category. But this is one department that was mentioned at our meeting, that there are currently 47 vacancies in the DPW. Some of those vacancies were caused by promotions that have not been backfilled yet. But there are some number of vacancies that may have been vacant for 6 months or longer. And this is one department that we said there was a possibility of actually making some of these cuts in the personnel section of the budget, not just in the expenses and capital section.
Okay, Councilor Malik and then Councilor Humphrey.
Thanks. First, I had a question for, I guess, Councilor Leary or perhaps Maureen Lemieux. I'm receptive to the idea of less frequent trash collections if we coupled it with collecting kitchen compost. But I suspect that we might not be able to change our pickup schedule, given that we just negotiated a new contract. Is that the case?
I was planning to comment on that point, which is we just approved the new contract for the waste pickup. It could potentially be renegotiated at some point in the future. Personally, I think a lot of people would probably object to that, but it can't be changed this year. That's locked in, so that's off the table for this year.
Okay.
That was what I suspected. And also, I think I'm going to abstain on this one. I don't want to go back to the old days of not maintaining roads, but I do think there's room for slowing down the road paving schedule without having a huge impact on people. So I think for that reason, I will abstain on this one.
Okay. Councilor Humphrey, did you have something else?
Well, there were 2 other quick points. One, personally, I disagree respectfully with the contention that if we slow down the roads paving budget, that people will be not objecting to that decision. I think I knocked more doors than anybody else during the override campaign, and the number one thing, as was backed up in all the different polls and everything else that have been for years, is that people were saying they didn't want to give the city more money until their road was dealt with. And so if we want more money long-term for some of these things like the schools, I would be reluctant to cut there. The other point is that this is a question. I think it's going to have to be answered by the administration because I asked Councilor Oliver and he didn't know. But when we're talking about those long-term vacancies that Councilor Albright mentioned, how many of those are actually funded vacancies versus $1 paper vacancies that we maintain every year because it's easier than renegotiating the union contract? Ballpark.
If I may, I think we will have to give you that answer tomorrow. We're looking at the list right now, trying to figure out of the 47, I think probably many of those are also in either water or sewer, and so not in the general fund. So we need to take a look at the list and really make sure that we give you the right answer.
All right, I appreciate that. I just wanted to, again, flag that as a potential concern here that I have, that it may not actually be quite as straightforward as the proponents were discussing. Thank you.
Council Leary?
Just a quick comment to Councilor Malaki's question or comment was one thing I've learned about being on public facilities for the last 11 years is that delaying road work costs us a lot more in the future. Maintenance of the road is very critical to keeping them in decent shape, and they need less repair down the road. So I wouldn't be in favor of that.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing no one, can I get?
I have a
Oh,
partial
sorry,
answer.
Councilor Downs.
So I read the public facilities report tonight, and in there, and I'm looking for it, it does say that the contract that was negotiated for solid waste does give the city the opportunity to renegotiate the pickup schedule, but it's the amount of waste that we generate is the main issue. That's the big expense in the DPW budget for solid waste.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? May I get a motion, please? Councilor Kelly moves approval, seconded by Councilor Albright. Roll call, please.
Councilor Albright.
Abstain.
Councilor Baker.
Aye. Aye.
Councilor Bigsby.
Abstain.
Councilor Block.
Aye.
Councilor Danberg.
Aye.
Councilor Downs.
Abstain.
Councilor Farrell.
Abstain.
Councilor Gentile.
Aye.
Councilor Getz.
Abstain.
Councilor Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilor Grossman.
Abstain.
Councilor Humphrey.
Aye.
Councilor Kalis. Councilor Kelly.
Aye. I mean, no, sorry, abstain.
Councilor Krinsman.
Aye.
Councilor Leary.
Aye.
Councilor Lipoff.
Aye.
Councilor Lobovitz.
Abstain.
Councilor Lucas.
Aye.
Councilor Maliki.
Abstain.
Councilor Mickley. Councilor Oliver.
Aye.
Councilor Wright.
Abstain.
President Laredo.
Aye.
The motion passes 12 yeas, 10 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Excuse me. At this point, I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess, at which point we'll come back and get started. I'm going to ask Council Krinsman to just give the school department report, and then we'll get right into the resolutions. All right, so let's recess for now, and let's get started by 9 o'clock on the school department. If councilors could please take their seat. Put it on second call, please. All right, we have a quorum, so it's 9 o'clock. So let's move down to the Newton Public Schools. And as I mentioned before break, I am going to ask the chair of Programs and Services to give his report, and then we will move right away into the 3 resolutions that are in front of us.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Programs and Services and Finance met jointly on April 17th and continued that discussion on May 7th. Superintendent Dr. Anna Nolan and School Chair Chris Bresky presented the budget to the committees. The superintendent and the chair explained that the school committee approved budget differs from the budget allocation that has been submitted by the mayor. Counselors inquired about funding challenges such as a pending court case over kindergarten aides. There was discussion about the success of a reading initiative at Ainger. Counselors also sought additional details into various programs and the impact and reliance upon fees in the school budget. Ultimately, the Programs and Services straw vote was against approval of the school department budget by a vote of 2 to 6. The proposed budget is $292,963,623. At the same meeting, the Finance Committee vote was also in opposition to the budget by a vote of 1 to 7. At that meeting, there was one resolution that was presented. It is resolution number 1 in our materials. That resolution essentially asks the mayor to bring the school department budget up to the $296,352,258 that was approved by the school department. In committee, that resolution was unanimously agreed to by the Programs and Services Committee, and I believe it passed Finance by a vote of 6 to 0 with 1 abstention. So essentially, as it was explained in committee, it was to provide the additional $2,443,023. As I said, there's a second and a third resolution, but those were not presented at committee, so those are before the full council.
Okay, let me just express my preference of how I would like this to go. Obviously, we'll take one resolution at a time. I'll read it into the record. I'll ask that one of the petitioners take the lead in explaining the resolution, and then we will open it up, to questions, comments, and take a vote, and then move on to the second one. If I may, I would ask that when we get into the questions or comments, that we try to focus on facts and getting your questions answered. I've heard plenty of speeches over the last week, 2 weeks. I've heard plenty of applauses. If we could really just focus on the information that you need to vote on the amendment, on the resolutions, I would appreciate it. So having said that, let me read the resolution number 1. It's offered by Councilors Oliver Bixby, Humphrey, Farrell, Grossman, Wright, Malachy, Lobovitz, Block, Getz, Albright, and Mickley. Whereas Superintendent Nolan, the MPS administration, and the Newton School Committee have evaluated the needs of our schools and determined that a budget of $296,352,258 will allow us to maintain level services and account for previously unfunded needs. Whereas the action taken by the City Council on May 8, 2025, in response to docket number 114-25, the mayor's request to use free cash for one-time NPS expenditures reduces the need for $945,612 of the superintendent's budget. Whereas we have work to do to next year and beyond to remedy the structural budget challenges and are committed to the work, we request that the administration increase their FY allocation by the difference of $2,443,023 to the new level of $295,406,646. Is there one of the petitioners that would like to take the lead in explaining? Councilor Bixby, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And hopefully the resolution is somewhat self-explanatory here, although there are a number of different numbers here. So the first large number, 296 million, is the number that was approved by the school committee. And the City Council has since approved free cash for one-time NPS expenditures, which has reduced that by 900,000. So we are now hoping that there will be 295,000 total for with all those other things. Million, sorry. So I believe that many people were present in the committee discussions, and there was large interest among council members to support the NPS budget and the needs of the schools at this time. So I believe this was initially proposed in committee by Councilor Baker, yes? And then written up by the members that were listed here. So if anyone has any questions, but that's where we are, and we hope we can get the schools the money they need. Thanks.
Are there any questions for Councilor Bixby or any of the other petitioners at this time? Councilor Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it came up earlier about maybe some specifics about where cuts would be made in other departments. That would just be important for me to better understand.
So, may I?
Sure.
So I think that this first resolution is somewhat intentionally not specifying those ideas, and that there are many options, including the one listed in resolution number 2. So there is currently free cash available, and it is being put forward for one-time needs. Again, I'll quote Councilor Kalis, for inanimate objects as opposed to the animate needs of the schools at the moment, and that could be reallocated. There are other ideas, including resolution number 3. So we can see where the evening takes us on those other fronts, but this one is the sentiment that we need to figure it out, and we're encouraging those who can to do so.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that my name is added to resolution number 2. It just didn't make it on the paper.
Okay. You all set? Yes. Councilor Baker.
So I hope members of the council who weren't part of the discussion the other night will support this resolution. That is indicated by Councilor Bixby. It's a more precise framing of what the committee and the Programs and Services Committee voted. It does not specifically specify, I guess that's redundant, it does not specify where the item, the additional funds will come. I think that is an important part of the resolution, and why I think it's important to leave that aside for the administration to solve. I think this gives us a chance to send a signal collectively that we believe this is an important step to take, but leave it to the administration to figure out how best to go about it.
Okay, Councilor Krinsman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke in support of this at the evening of our meeting. I remain supportive of this. We've said it several times, and folks know that the council lacks the authority to increase in expenditure. We also know that although we can reduce one line item, we can't reallocate that money to another. So I appreciate the work of many that has been done to find savings in different places, but the reason I like this resolution is because, at least for FY26, I think it is pretty well understood that the free cash is available. If the mayor chose to allocate for this purpose, there is more than $2.44 million in free cash available. It's the reason why I chose to hold other free cash items on which I've been able to vote in committee. I remain of the belief that that free cash can be reallocated to support the budget this year without necessarily cutting in other departments or other places. And as is stated in the resolution, we will certainly have work to do next year to try and preserve that level of funding. But I would rather worry about next year, and see the free cash allocated for this purpose. Again, I believe that resolution number 1 is most closely tailored to that resolution. So I'll be supporting this one. Thank you.
President Laredo.
So I appreciate what my colleague from Ward 6, Councilor Bixby, stated about the relative breadth of the resolution supporting the sentiment that we favor more funds for the schools this year. I fully support that. I think Resolution 2, which is not yet before us but will be momentarily, also is in that same spirit, but with a specific request to use free cash, as Councilor Krinsman just identified. That differs from the way that Resolution 3 is formulated. I'll reserve my comments on that later, but I do support this one, and I support number 2 as well.
Council Lucas?
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the Chair of Programs and Services. During the school department budget meeting from last week, I think it was last week, or maybe it was a couple weeks ago, you said the difference in the mayor's budget and the school department budget was like 2.2 million, if I'm remembering correctly. The resolution here says 2.4. So I'm just a little confused, that's all.
Mayor?
You go ahead.
The difference is largely around a free cash docket item that was approved that night. The docket item was for $1.17 million, okay? But there was disagreement about how much of that 1.17 million was actually contemplated within the budget that the school committee had approved. So the mayor created a docket item that specifically articulated several one-time needs that the 1.17 million was supposed to fund. Upon checking with the superintendent and the chair of the school committee, we learned that about $225,000 of that item were things that had other sources of funded and were not intended to be included within the $296 million budget that the school committee had approved. So when we were doing our calculation in terms of the resolution, we believed that $945,000 of the 1.17 million could actually be read to reduce the need for the gap, if that makes sense.
Probably make more sense if I was, if we had a big board and a Excel sheet, but I'll take your word for it if you don't mind.
Let me just jump in. I think it was 250 because I think the study for the bus services was 50,000. So, Council Lucas, the school department generated a list of one-time projects or areas that could be funded by free cash. It came from the school department. It came in early April. It's been around for quite a while. In the second night of the budget, we were informed that 2 items. One was a professional development project of $200,000, and the other was for a study of our current bus service and routes to see if there could be some economies made. They were never in the school department budget. So we thought that we were reducing the gap by $1.17 million, but because those 2 items were never in the budget, we were only reducing the item by 945. So that's why the gap grew, okay? Why we got that information the second night of the budget deliberations, I don't have an answer on that. But the information came from the school department. Councilor Grossman and then Councilor Albright.
Thank you. So I spoke to this at the committee meeting. I won't repeat that. I just wanted to emphasize a point that I heard tonight. So much of this discussion has been around what's an appropriate use of free cash and what isn't, and a strong belief by our administration about free cash being used for one-time funds. We heard tonight about how we use free cash repeatedly for items that we know are one-time funds, and I wouldn't say we're necessarily fine with it, but we do it without grumbling. Snow and ice is one of those examples. Overtime is one of those examples. Road work is one of those examples. My point being, the mayor has the authority to choose how to do this. And it just doesn't sit well with me to pick and choose when it's okay that something is a one-time fund, but we're going to use free cash anyway, versus some other category. And this is by far my preferred solution, as opposed to resolution 3 to come. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Albright, and then maybe we can vote.
So what I'm going to talk about is probably not a solution for tonight. It's definitely not a solution tonight, but something that council should think about for next year. In my conversations with the representative from the DLS, I was pointed to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 32, which talks about the council's role with respect to budgets. And there's a sentence in there which says that a council may increase the school department's budget by a 2/3 vote as long as it doesn't go over the levy, the tax levy. And our charter, unfortunately, does not give us that authority. So there's an authority by state law that we do not have because of our charter. And, maybe things will change next year and we won't even need to think about this anymore. But something for us to think about as a council is, would we like to see a charter amendment that gives us more authority than we have with respect to the school department budget? That's just for the future.
Okay, thank you. Can we vote on resolution number 1? Actually, Councilor Bixby, did you want to make a motion to approve?
Please, motion to approve.
Second? Second. Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Albright.
Aye.
Counselor Baker.
Aye.
Counselor Bixby.
Aye.
Counselor Block.
Aye.
Counselor Danberg.
Aye.
Counselor Downs. Counselor Downs.
You're still
I
silent.
swear she mouthed aye.
I think so too.
Counselor Farrell.
Aye.
Counselor Gentile.
Abstain.
Counselor Getz.
Aye.
Counselor Greenberg.
Aye.
Counselor Grossman.
Aye.
Counselor Humphrey.
Aye.
Counselor Kalis. Counselor Kelly.
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman.
Aye.
Counselor Leary.
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff.
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz.
Aye.
Counselor Lucas.
Aye.
Counselor Maliki.
Aye.
Counselor Mickley.
Aye.
Counselor Oliver.
Aye.
Counselor Wright. Counselor Wright. President Laredo.
Aye.
The resolution passes with 21 yeas, 2 absent, and 1 abstention.
Okay. Thank you. Resolution number 2, this is offered by Councilors Greenberg, Bixby, Lucas, Albright, and Farrell. It is requesting the removal of certain non-emergency school facility projects requested to be allocated with funding of 2024 free cash for a total of $2,200,000 to instead be applied to the Educational Stabilization Fund to help bridge the gap in the school budget. Items to remain in the school facilities related projects would be stage curtains and rigging at several schools for $200,000 and to replace a portion of the Williams School roof for $125,000. And to the petitioners, I believe this is referencing the docket item for $2.5 million for capital projects. Am I correct? Right? Okay. Councilor Greenberg, you're going to talk on this? Go right ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. So as we all know, the mayor appropriated $2.5 million for a list of school facility projects. On April 29th, the superintendent mentioned in her memo that 3 of those projects were considered urgent. The fire extinguishers, the stage curtains and rigging, and the Williams School roof. I've come to learn that the fire extinguishers are no longer on the list because a grant is being used to fulfill that need. So the 2 remaining add up to $325,000. So that would leave $2.2 million in funds that could be applied to the Educational Stabilization Fund to help bridge that gap.
Thank you. Any questions for any of the petitioners? Council Humphrey and then Council Leary.
Could we just get a reminder of what the other items are, the ones that you are proposing to not fund with this, just because I don't have, there's a lot of memos and things flying around. What?
It's a pretty long list, but there was fitness equipment at the gyms, cafeteria tables, unit ventilators at Mason Rice, art equipment, flooring at Day, upgrade and system upgrades, building upgrades for accessibility at Williams, space utilization in offices and locker rooms, and outdated arts equipment. That's pretty much it.
Okay. All right. Council Leary?
Yeah, this list came before us at Public Facilities last night. The one thing that also seemed pretty urgent to me that I didn't feel comfortable taking out was the $500,000 for the Newton South High School bathroom and accessibility improvements. And keeping in mind this was the list that the school department and the superintendent came up with as pretty urgent needs. So I'm only hesitant about that one, but I otherwise do support it.
Okay. Council Baker?
I'm going to abstain on this one simply because I don't want to specify the source. I think the first resolution is important, but as my colleagues have indicated, there are items that are free cash items that are actually not part of the school budget that are before the council. I'm not sure what specific sources will be used and how and they will affect on the sort of menu of free cash potential expenditures. So that's why I can't support this. I'll abstain. I certainly don't want to oppose it because the general trust is in the positive direction.
Anyone else? Council Farrell?
Thank you. With all due respect to the proposers of this, I think I added my name was added mistakenly. I meant my name to be added to resolution number 3, but I'd like it to be removed from this one with no disrespect for the resolution. Thank you.
Do you want to be added to this one? Okay. So Farrell is being removed and Leary is being added on number 2. Okay. All right. Okay, let's go. Let me get to Council Block. He hasn't spoken, and then I'll come back to the two of you.
Just a quick comment that supports what Councilor Grossman was saying regarding the previous resolution, the inconsistency regarding the application of free cash. This mayor's budget has included at least $1.5 million every year from free cash to be treated as general revenue. And in 2 years, she exceeded that, 1.8 million in 1 year and 4 million in another. So it is ironic that this year, this is the issue which seems to be unresolved. It's rather puzzling to me. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Council Leary and then Council Humphrey.
Maybe a friendly amendment to this would be, rather than to say it's applied to the Educational Stabilization Fund, that it could go back into the school budget, because I believe what I heard the superintendent and the chair of the school committee say is that they wanted more say over how these funds, this money would be spent, and they'd rather have it in the operations budget rather than on these specific projects.
Well, it does say that it would go into the Educational Stabilization Fund to help bridge the gap in the school budget. I take that to mean that the money should go to, that once it goes into the stabilization fund, that the money then goes into the operational budget of the school department.
Okay, I just wanted
Unless
to...
I'm,
Is that what everyone else's understanding
Council
was?
Greenberg, is that, I mean, it would take an action by the mayor and the city council, but still it can be done.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, that answers my question there. Thank you.
Council Humphrey?
Thank you. So, okay, now I have the full list in front of me with the descriptions from last night's public facilities sheet. Yeah, there's, 2 or 3 of these that I can understand maybe delaying. Some of the other ones, though, I'm certainly having some hesitancy over delaying because they do seem pretty important, even if I understand there's a lot of competing priorities here. And I think a few years ago, I and Councilor at the time Bowman had pushed pretty hard for the idea that we should be adding more money to some of the NPS capital improvements at some of these buildings. But, ventilators beyond useful life, that's not left as an exception here. I mean, again, I don't want to pick it apart completely, and I understand the difficult, choices that people are trying to suggest here, but, fixing up the bathrooms and accessibility improvements in the bathrooms, it's pretty important. When I was at Newton South, it was a huge issue right after the renovations about the quality of the bathrooms, and I think that's always an ongoing concern for students. So I think I'm a little uncomfortable with this particular resolution, just because it does seem to me that some of these are fairly worthy items.
Okay, Councilor Krinsman.
Thank you. First, I just want to raise that I do think the point about the money going into the stabilization fund is a good point. I actually think we should amend it to ask for the money to be put into the operating budget, because it would require a separate vote, as the chair pointed out. And I don't see the need. It's pretty clear what I think the resolution wants, so I don't see the need for us to have to go through a second step after that if the mayor's going to comply with the resolution. So I would like to see it amended. The second thing I will say is that, again, my understanding is that the gap is really $2.4 million, not $2.2 million. The reason I'll abstain on this resolution is because, again, I think the cleanest way to do this is the way we did it by the resolution that we just adopted. I don't like the idea of the council necessarily getting into the details of which one-time expenditure is worthy, what is not, which capital improvement is worthwhile, which one is not. I do think there is merit to the argument that that is within the domain of the school department and the school committee, and that allocating funds for charter maintenance is the way to do that and to allow them to then prioritize those needs. So I truly appreciate the effort of both this resolution and the next one of folks who are trying to be helpful and come up with ways to bridge the gap. But I think it's pretty clear that this year free cash exists for that. I'd like to see the mayor allocate the free cash, the 2.4 million that's needed to get up to the approved budget by the school committee, and don't want to see us getting into specifically approving or rejecting ideas until the 2.4 million is there. Thank you.
Okay, President Laredo?
So I'm going to support Councilor Krinsman's request for a friendly amendment to make it clear that it doesn't go through the stabilization fund, because that does require a separate appropriation. So if the makers of the resolution would be amenable to that, I think that's cleaner.
I see some noddings of the head, so it sounds like you would accept that as a friendly amendment? Okay.
The second, I do appreciate Councilor Krinsman's observation about not trying to micromanage the use of free cash. We do, however, have appropriation power over free cash, so it's really not a micromanagement. And I do think the resolution, the spirit of the resolution is, look, we have a couple of really essential safety items, curtains, a true fire safety issue, and we have a roof that's leaking that creates a public health condition. Plus, if you don't alleviate that, you spend a lot more money down the road. I think the spirit of that is appropriate, so I'm personally very comfortable with that. And then we let the school department use the money as it sees fit. And as far as Councilor Humphrey's statement, I appreciate that all those items are important, but the school committee and the superintendent have said this year the money for operating is more important than these items. And I, for one, think we should be respecting their wishes. When there's cash there, it's simply a matter of how you're going to spend it. We have a superintendent and school committee who put a lot of thought into it. And I'd like to support their thoughtful decision-making. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilor Greenberg?
Oh, thank you. Just as President Laredo just stated, this list was reviewed by the superintendent, and she picked the most urgent ones, the two that I named, plus the fire extinguishers. So she did review them and okayed that the rest be held.
All right, so there is a, Councilor Downs.
I'm not sure.
Your volume is sort of on, but not quite on loud enough for us to actually hear.
Okay, I'm going to take out my headphones, see if that works. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Was working earlier. So I'd like to have an explanation of why this resolution is necessary given the one we just passed.
You want
Mayor?
Councilor Greenberg? Sure.
Well, this resolution gives you specific amounts of money, whereas the first resolution is just a general statement.
Well, I think the bigger difference is that it specifically brings in the docket item, you know, that's in front of us for the $2.5 million for capital projects, and it's basically saying, rather than using it for capital, use it for operating. So I do think it's different from the first resolution. First resolution doesn't reference, you know, the $2.5 million or anything else, so. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
You are exactly right. That is the difference between the two resolutions. And the reason why I would say this would be an important one to vote for is because, you know, the other one may not certainly pass. This is money that's already allocated for the schools. We're just giving them the ability to choose how they're going to spend it. That's all the difference is.
Okay, so my understanding is that through friendly amendment, the last sentence, we're going to remove the reference to the Educational Stabilization Fund and instead say that the money is to instead be applied to the school department's operating budget. Is that okay? All right. Whatever you want. School budget?
You can just take out the Educational Stabilization Fund too, and then it's clean. It says applied to help bridge the gap in the school budget. That's fine, I would think.
So, so we're clear on what we're voting on. What are we voting on?
I was just saying, if you take out, after applied to, you take out the Educational Stabilization Fund 2, then it becomes applied to help bridge, et cetera. So you're just dropping out a few words and it's...
Okay, so everybody okay with that?
That's perfect.
All right, can we, Counselor Greenberg, you're making the motion?
Move for approval.
Okay, second? Seconded by Counselor Lucas. Roll call, please.
Counselor Albright.
Aye.
Counselor Baker.
Abstain.
Counselor Bigsby.
Aye.
Counselor Block.
Aye.
Counselor Danberg.
Aye.
Counselor Downs.
Abstain.
Counselor Farrell.
Abstain.
Counselor Gentile.
Abstain.
Counselor Getz.
Aye.
Counselor Greenberg.
Aye.
Counselor Grossman.
Aye.
Counselor Humphrey.
Abstain.
Counselor Kalis. Counselor Kelly.
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman.
Abstain.
Counselor Leary.
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff.
Abstain.
Counselor Lobovitz.
Aye.
Counselor Lucas.
Aye.
Counselor Maliki.
Aye.
Counselor Mickley. Counselor Oliver.
Aye.
Counselor Wright. President Laredo.
Aye.
The resolution passes with 14 yeas, 7 abstentions, and 3 absents.
Thank you. All right, MPS Budget Resolution number 3. This is offered by Councilors Grossman, Oliver Grossman, and Albright. Whereas providing the best possible public education to Newton's children is of paramount importance to the Newton community, and whereas there are both short and long-term challenges to the financial stability of the Newton Public Schools, whereas we desire to continue to build upon the trusted relationships NPS is fostering among our educators, parents, and school administrators, which contribute to the strength of the Newton Public education and is also a critical pathway to creating a long-term financial stability for NPS. We propose that the FY 2026 General Operating Fund be reduced by $844,023 and those funds added to the NPS allocation in order to fully close the remaining gap that exists between the mayor's current allocation to NPS and the Newton School Committee's approved budget of $295,406,646, aka the Level Services Plus budget, assuming the following. An agreement reached on 5/15 between the mayor, school committee, and superintendent for the mayor to assume in docket item 123-25, $1.1 million of capital expenses currently listed in the Level Schools Plus budget and B, an agreement reached on 5/15/25 between the mayor, school committee, and superintendent that the school committee and superintendent will find $500,000 of additional operating efficiencies. Further, we propose to fund this remaining gap of $844,023 by reducing each department's expense budget according to the weighted percentage of the budget as shown in the attached spreadsheet. Please note that these reductions are intentionally targeting only the expenses and capital outlay line items at the legal level of control. This is intended to not impact current staff nor their benefits. The only exception to reduction in the expenses budget is those departments, particularly DPW, where there are long-term vacancies. The reduction could come from savings from personal long-term vacancies. Before I ask one of the petitioners to comment, the comptroller has just recently had the opportunity to take a look at this and did want to point out a couple of areas that may want to be changed to more accurately reflect the numbers.
Thank you, Chair. This is it's a resolution at this point, so it would become an issue at time of vote for a reduction, but the column on the right, or the section on the right that talks about only expenses plus capital outlay, a vote cannot be done to combine two separate groupings, expenses and capital outlay. Those would need to be broken out come vote time. So at this point, it's more of a clarification point, and I also wanted to point out that you're off $1 with your rounding. Off $1 with your rounding. It comes out to 0.22. So if it goes further, just fix the numbers.
So just to be clear, so you're saying that if in fact this turns from a resolution into an actual proposed cut, that we'd have to make those changes?
It would need to be broken out at time of vote.
Okay, so nothing has to be done tonight for the resolution. It would be if in fact a resolution turned into an actual cut. Who wanted to present on this? Councilor Oliver.
Great, thank you, Chair. And I will, I'm just going to start by trying to explain and point to a few things here because, as we've heard, the Xerox copy that you have is difficult to read at best. So really what we have done here is we have started by saying, let's take another opportunity, another way to look at how we could close this gap by taking a small, relatively small percentage, at least in most cases, from every other department, taking those bits and pieces, putting them together and giving them to NPS in their operating budget. The percentage that we took from each department is weighted by the percentage you see here and up there in column J, which totals $36,637,784. Okay? That total does not include anything from columns B or D that have to do with personnel. No people would be touched here. Kind of in the spirit that we've been kind of kicking around, we're just going after some of the more inanimate objects here, not the people, which is also the sentiment by which we're actually going to attempt to help NPS. Let's not get rid of teachers. Let's keep the kiddos, our students, in front of those teachers. So, with that said, there are also just a couple of things that I heard tonight that I wanted to comment on. I've already talked about the people, so this has nothing to do with staff or their benefits as listed in columns B and D. Councilor Lucas asked a question about pension payments, right? As As we just went through in the budget line item, those were attached to the comptroller's office. But in this particular budget breakdown, they're completely separate. If you look at line, and I don't want to butcher this, it is in line 30, yeah, thank you, line 34. So those are also not touched. We zeroed those out in column J. They're not included here. They won't be touched. As was also pointed out, there are a number of departments that we did not include at all, and that was definitely based on our collective opinion, how we look at the values that we believe are critical to Newton. Safety, health, schools are at the top of our list. We also, and Councilor Downs and a few other folks did ask questions about, okay, yeah, great, but what within the DPW budget would you go after? Would you identify as ripe to be cut? And as Mr. Curley just pointed out, we have not gone to that level of detail, nor did we go to that level of detail when we call out that there are a relatively large number of vacancies, some of which have been open for over a year, some of which I believe are also fully funded, to Councilor Humphrey's point of, or perspective from DPW. We'll need to go through all that level of detail in the future, should this resolution A, pass tonight, and B, be followed up by the mayor's office. And from there, I think those were the only questions or the only comments I wanted to make in addition to the whereases that we already included. So thank you.
So I'm going to exercise the prerogative of the chair and make my comments up front. First of all, as far as identifying where the cuts are, that's not what the city council gets to do, okay? That's done by the mayor's office, if we should get to that point. But in general, so there's no misunderstanding, in my 44 years, this is the most irresponsible, destructive motion that I have ever seen. The message that it sends to our employees on the city side is a horrible message that they don't deserve. What it says is, we value you so little that we're going to use you as pawns by cutting your departments because the city council, the mayor, and the school committee and school department can't come to a resolution or a compromise over 0.7% of their budget. It is an absolute horrible message to send to a workforce where many of them, especially the union heads, feel as though, they're already second-class citizens to the school department in this city anyway. So, however well-intentioned, that's the message that you're sending. I'm also concerned that some negotiations that I am hopeful are very close to being resolved, that this resolution runs the risk of blowing that up. And I hope that those of you that vote for this understand that if this last effort blows up, that the schools are going to receive, at least in my opinion, less money than they could have because this goes south, what people are trying to do. If you think that putting a gun to the head of the mayor is going to get her to cave in, you're clueless. That isn't going to happen. And if I was in her shoes, I wouldn't do it either, because we all have a certain amount of pride. And so what you're doing is you know, you're forcing her hand, and I don't think I know you're not gonna get the result that you want. And so therefore, you're just running the risk of a deal falling apart and the budget, the budget gap not being reduced in any way. And I know that nobody wants that, but that's the risk that you're running. But I still come back to the message that we're sending to our employees. You know, I heard that, you know, some of these budgets are getting increased like 1.68%. These people go to work every day. They do their job. They don't come in here and, you know, complain. They just do their job. And why we want to send any other message to them, I just think is wrong. So please, please think about that. Anyway, so obviously, I'm not speaking in favor of the resolution, and I will be voting against it. Let's go Council Grossman, Council Humphrey, and Council Krinsman.
I may have more to say later, but just 2 responses. Personal pride is not a reason to withhold education from children. Secondly, the pawns in this system over the last number of years have been the children. The children were used as pawns for 11 days when they were locked out of their school buildings last January. The children were used as pawns at various phases in the COVID process. This resolution is here because those of us who put it forward, and I suspect others, aren't willing to take it any further. The buck stops with children. I don't care about anybody's pride. I care about doing the right thing. And if this is what it takes to get the message across that this is what this community values, then that is what I'm going to stand for.
Councilor Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just preface my comments by saying I think we should probably stipulate that everybody in the room is very concerned about the situation with the school funding and cares very much about the children. And, you know, we've just been having a number of discussions earlier this evening about how do we want to get that funding gap bridged. And I think, you know, it's completely reasonable to talk about free cash or talk about the overall fiscal strategy with the pension funds and things like that. And we've had those discussions. Philosophically, I have a real objection to this particular formulation. I think this one, unlike what we've been discussing, really promotes a message of austerity, of artificial scarcity, literally pitting the departments against each other. My view is that there is actually enough money to go around with some other rethinking without having to start slashing into other departments. So for philosophically, I think this sends a very dangerous message. Certainly, I think the point that Councilor Gentile made is on my mind as well, with the very obvious caveat that obviously issues around morale and sending a negative message are also very much present in the Newton Public Schools. I don't want any confusion on that point, and I don't think anyone would disagree that certainly we've sent some, as a community, some pretty challenging messages to many of our educators about what they need to make do with. But I don't think that should also be then extended to some already pretty overstretched and in some cases low morale city departments. In many cases, the vacancies, the long-term vacancies, in my view, represent very overstretched departments that have had to make do with less than what they need in terms of personnel, and that makes retention difficult. And I would be very wary of anything that's going to continue to make retention difficult. Again, with the continued caveat here that I understand that is also a concern on the NPS side. But, you know, as counselors, part of our responsibility is to also think about all of the departments and make sure that we're not, you know, causing the same problems in other departments to try to fix it in any particular department. I also think from a practical standpoint, and this was something I raised in the committee discussions we had about the school allocation, I'm still very concerned about the possibility of significant federal cuts that are totally unpredictable coming in the middle of the budget year. And that could affect all departments, not just the schools. If it is true that there is some amount of wiggle room where we can, if necessary, make cuts in some of these departments, now is not the time to make those cuts, because we might find ourselves having to make them in October or December because we have no other choice. So if there's any flexibility at all in these departments, even emergency flexibility, I would really caution my colleagues to retain that as a potential backup for later in the year, because yes, we have a crisis before us right now. We also have some potentially very dangerous ones still unpredictable out there. And with the recent decision of the federal government to unilaterally claw back FEMA funding in New York, literally pulled it out of the bank account, something that has never happened before in the history of any electronic payments like that. There is a possibility that money that we thought we had and could spend on certain other things is going to disappear from our accounts or disappear from the state of Massachusetts' accounts and then cause a ripple effect down to us. So we need to be very mindful when we're talking about potential emergency cuts along these lines, and I think now is not the time to do that. And again, just to wrap up, we have been underfunding, certainly in the time that I've been here, and I think it's been going on for longer than the time I've been here. We've been underfunding the city side departments too. So I'm not disagreeing that we're also underfunding the NPS side, but we also have been really cutting to the bone, and in many cases, keeping those departments at very low percentage growth each year. And there's, in my opinion, not a lot of flexibility left. And I think, a lot of the things that are happening this year in those departments are things that we asked for in past years. So we have a responsibility to follow through on those decisions that we advocated for in past years as well. And again, I'm saying this is a very tough situation, and I think we all care a lot about this and are really just trying our best. I'm not attacking anybody personally on this resolution. I'm not saying anyone's doing anything wrong. I think everyone's trying to make the best judgment that they can in the situation. I'm just saying these are the concerns that I have, and that's why I can't support this resolution. Thank you.
So I had Council Krinsman. Did you want to speak too? Council Krinsman, Council Leary, Block, and then Bixby, and then Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do feel attacked by Councilor Humphrey, but don't worry, I'll get over it. Well, I want to agree with the things that Councilor Grossman said. I thought that was very well said, very well put, so thank you for saying that. I very much appreciate this resolution. Okay, what resolutions 2 and resolutions 3 do are they try to articulate for the mayor ways that the gap could be bridged. Again, just like a resolution is, they're merely suggestions. When we all run for office, we all articulate our priorities. The mayor, in governing, the mayor is in a very specific position where the mayor gets to put those priorities into practice and lay out a budget that truly articulates those priorities in a way that others, in a way that the city council doesn't have that. What the councilors proposing this resolution, I believe, have done is articulated a vision for some of those priorities, and I think that's well intended and should be commended. Again, though, I believe that the free cash exists to do this. I don't think we are in a position to need to cut any other departments or any other areas of the budget. I'm going to vote against this resolution because, again, I think that we have an alternative way to provide the schools the money that we've all now on the record articulated we want the schools to have. And again, I think resolution 1 is the cleanest way to do that. So I very much appreciate the sentiment behind this. I appreciate the work that went into that spreadsheet. I appreciate the work that went into the whole resolution of laying out a possible solution. I don't think we need to get to that point as a city council. I don't think we need to do that. I would just like to see free cash reallocated for this purpose. Thank you.
Council Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the eloquence of my colleagues here, and I really do align myself with Councilor Krinsman and Councilor Humphrey, but I am very much moved by Councilor Grossman's passion and the efforts that went into this resolution. This is where I stand here. I think the past 2 resolutions, the free cash is our best bet, and then giving the school department the decision to decide where the money would be spent. Those 2 things would cover that 2.4 million that we need in a budget of over of a $500 million. I think we should be able to find that. You know, the schools are 65% of our budget, and as was mentioned already, the city budget has been squeezed, particularly concerned about, you know, parks and recreation, which we have underfunded for years and have just started to put some money into it. That hurts children too when we're not maintaining our parks and facilities, and we heard that loud and clear the last few years. I don't want to go back on that. Also cutting library, I mean, that hurts our children too. And I'm very sympathetic to older adults who are like, what, 2% of our whole budget? And we're finally building them for our community, a facility to serve their needs, and veterans as well. That's a small budget already. I couldn't really support that either. So I'm in full support of the first two budgets, resolutions, excuse me, but I'm not in full support of this one for the reasons that I gave. Thank you.
Council Block, and then Bixby.
Just a comment on the formulaic nature of this resolution. It just really bothers me that we would try and do this, that reducing departments by some percentage. I realize from the spreadsheet that some people have spent a lot of time trying to sort through what should be excluded from this reduction, what should be included. It's just not a good way to budget. I agree. I want to compliment Councilor Leary's recognition that there are a lot of aspects of the city's budget that support children. I would even argue the roads support children. So let's be focused on where we think money should go or not go, and I fully support the first two resolutions, and I think that that's a pretty convincing message to not just the mayor, but to the public. Thank you.
Council Bixby?
Thanks. I guess I'll start by saying I hope we don't have to do this. In many ways, this is what we're asking the administration not to do to NPS. And as I said in the first meeting with the superintendent, I think we have to find ways to get through this year so that we can build public trust and probably in future years pull many of the levers that the mayor outlined in her budget address to figure out budget questions going forward. That being said, I'm going to support this tonight because it's a resolution, and I've supported the first two, and as a parent, I couldn't agree with Councilor Grossman more. Our kids and our families and our parents need answers right now, and I feel like there's been so much uncertainty and politics, and I in some ways this is politics too, so we're continuing it. We have to figure this out, and I'm hoping we can get some more answers to each of these resolutions and responses. So as a parent, I'm hoping we can bring a little more daylight into this process. These are three options, there are three paths, and it's weighing different pieces of what we've got in front of us right now, which is, again, that we need to get the funds to NPS this year so we can get through this year's issues, restore many of the deficits that we had from COVID and from the issues last year and all of those things. And then we all, again, have to commit to figuring this out going forward. We have to do that. We can't just leave this here. But I'm hoping we can get some answers on each of these paths and what's going to happen with more transparency. Thanks.
Councilor Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by saying that nobody wants to cut the city budgets, the city departments. But the mayor has said she doesn't want to use free cash for ongoing costs. So what other choices do we have? If there's free cash, there's ongoing money. So mayor says no free cash. All right, so let's try the other way and see what happens. I think the mayor also wants us all to understand that we didn't vote for an override. We didn't vote for an override, this is the result. Okay, so once again, the children are paying the price. People didn't vote for the override, so the kids are gonna have to suffer. I was gonna save this for later, but it reminds me that lately I've been hearing high school kids who, I had a meeting with a kid yesterday about being an intern for me at 11 o'clock in the morning. I said, why are you home? You're a ninth grader, why are you home now? He said, because 3 of my classes were canceled because there's no substitute teachers. And then I heard from, I teach a knitting class, and one of the parents that's in my knitting class said, my kid had 2 classes canceled, and then she called me, she went to first class because it was a math class, and she called her and said, my teacher didn't come, so I have no school until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, can you come get me? What is going on? I went to the Newton Public Schools and nobody sent me home because there was no substitute teacher. My sons went to the Newton Public Schools and nobody sent them home because there was no substitute teacher. What the heck? We're sending kids home from school because there's no money to pay for substitute teachers? And you're complaining because we're going to cut some money from city departments? Really? Something is wrong with the amount of money that we've been giving to the schools. Councilor Humphrey, unfortunately, you said, oh, I think there's enough money to get this done. Well, that's confusing. My God, there was an override. We wanted people to vote for it. They didn't vote for it. Now Councilor Humphrey says there's enough money to vote for this without an override. I don't know what parents are going to believe. What are the Newton citizens going to believe? Is there money or isn't there? And we want to use free cash. The mayor says we shouldn't use it. We're saying you can use it. This resolution is another option. I cannot believe, Councilor Gentile, Chair Gentile, that you said that the city departments are going to feel a loss of pride because of this.
No, that's not what I said. but
Okay,
go
what
ahead.
did you say?
Go ahead. I used the word pride, and I was referring to a person having a gun put to their head, that nobody wants to be in that situation. And I really shouldn't have said it because it implies that the mayor feels a certain way. I think I was putting myself in that position and expressing how I would feel. So it had nothing to do with department heads.
Okay, well, no staff member will lose their job or their fringe benefits, as Councilor Oliver said, because of this, as opposed to the school department where teachers will lose their jobs. And that's the choice that we're being faced with. So I don't know what the solution is. Is it free cash? Is it cuts to city departments? Maybe we haven't done the right cutting to the right percentages to the right departments. Maybe there's another way to think about this. I would have done it differently. I might have cut $500,000 from the executive budget and $100,000 from 4 other budgets. I don't know what the right way to do it. There is possibly a way to do this. And the mayor could come back and saying, I don't like your selection of your percentages, but I could imagine this other percentage. And then we can decide whether we want to vote it that way or not when it comes time to actually vote cuts, if that's what it comes to. But I really do think we need to think about the kids and what kind of education do we want NPS to be. NPS has had a fantastic reputation for its schools and the way we educate our kids. I think it is a great school system, but people are losing faith in it. And okay, we didn't have an override, but it's time to figure out how to fund the schools. We have a new superintendent. She's fantastic. She's got great experience. She's got a great reputation. She's a leader in her field in Massachusetts. It's time to give her the tools that she needs. I hope you'll vote for this resolution and give the mayor the opportunity to tell us what she thinks about it.
I said earlier in the evening I wanted to get everyone out of here at 10, but I also said if we were in the middle of something that I would, try to see it to the end. So I'm just following your lead. Councilor Lucas.
Thank you, Chair. I don't like this resolution. I love it. This is what we need to do more, or should have been doing more in past budget discussions. This resolution is for about $800,000. The city's operating budget, I think, was 550 million, somewhere around there. I just did some math. Hopefully it's not like the math I did in PS&T last week for those who were on that call. But it's only 0.15% of the total operating budget. It's only 0.15%. That is peanuts, if you ask me. And I'm looking at the list, and it's not a lot of money. If you look at each department, it's 4 digits for most of them. Some of them are 5 digits. But I think this is the right way to go. If the mayor doesn't believe we're going to use free cash to fund the schools, we have to look everywhere to find money. And a couple other things I want to say is, I think it was 3 years ago when we were doing this dance with the school department budget, and I proposed a similar resolution, and it didn't pass. But now is the time to pass a resolution like this, where we are essentially moving money around from one department to another. And the other thing I want to say about the schools, and I agree with Councilor Albright, what she said about Dr. Nolan. She's wonderful. We have to give her the resources so that she can do her job. But it's the schools. The schools have taken a hit pretty much since COVID, and we see that in the enrollment. It dropped right after COVID, and it continues to drop. Now, there's many reasons why the enrollment drops, but I worry if we do this again, where we have budget cuts, an override that didn't pass, teacher strike, and now we're doing a budget cuts again. I feel as though that the schools are going to take a hit, and the reputation of them is going to further decrease. And we cannot have that. We need to send a message to the students, to the parents, and to people who will be moving into Newton in the coming years that we do support the schools, and this is the right way to do it. We have to give them the money that they need any way we can. So I am going to vote yes on the resolution, and I hope everyone does. Thank you.
Okay, next I had Council Baker and then Laredo, then Farrell.
So I want to associate myself with the remarks of the Chair, Krinsman, and just point out this is an effort that goes back a number of years when we were prior times asked if we proposed increases to find ways to fund it within the budget. And while I understand the comments of the Chair of Finance, I think the authors of the resolution have tried to respond to an alternative funding source than free cash. I just point out the net effect, however, is to say I think these amounts of funds are in effect surplus at the outset. Free cash really is the field test of what is surplus at the end. When you get through a budget cycle, you find that there are some funds that are not expended. They drop to free cash, and they become available for the purposes that people have indicated, either for capital or for operating expenses. So I think that the purpose of this was well intended. I'm not going to support it, but there are a lot of careful thought that went into it, and I think there are maybe alternatives that will get us there. Thanks.
Okay, Council President Laredo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think virtually everyone in this room, certainly myself included, have indicated over the course of this evening our strong support for the schools, number one. And number two, that we believe that the money is there to fund the schools for next year. Full stop, end of discussion. So that's why I voted in favor of resolutions number 1 and number 2. and I did so enthusiastically. In my mind, the problem with this resolution is multifaceted. One is, as Councilor Humphrey indicated, it sends a message that somehow the resources aren't there for next year. Not talking about 2, 3, 4 years from now, so that's different. And we're going to have to confront that. But next year, the money is there. It's a policy choice of the administration whether to take the free cash or use it or not use it. To me, it's pretty simple. Use the free cash because it's nothing but another expense that you take out of free cash. My concern with the way this is worded is I think there is a real concern that other city departments feel like they're pitted against one another. That is not the message we want to send out at all. Moreover, to our constituents, it sends a message that the money's not there. I have to add, I see no way that the mayor is going to adopt this resolution. None at all. So then what do? Do we go and actually cut $500,000 from the executive, as my colleague from Ward 2 said? You have an executive who's going to be there another 7.5 months or so, and then whomever's in office after that is going to face the reality of that kind of cut. I, for one, don't think that's a particularly good policy position to put us in. So I'm going to urge us to reject this proposal, not because it's not well-intended. I think it is. But I think there's easier ways of getting the money that we all think should be there. And colleagues, by the way, if the mayor rejects it, we can reject the free cash allocation that she has proposed. That money stays there, can be used for other purposes down the road. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Council Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. A big part of me is greatly concerned by the tenor of this conversation and about what kind of messages we're sending. I would just like to remind everyone that I asked that this whole business be put off until we heard from the discussions between the mayor and the school superintendent and chair. I think the message will depend on how we create a message. One of the things about this budget is saying we do honor and respect people who work here. That's why we didn't even go close to cutting any jobs or any benefits. Does the budget, God forbid, gets voted this way, it will make life very difficult. No question about it. I never wanted to send this message right now until it was really clear that the mayor, who has certain principles which are admirable, but aren't necessarily, shouldn't be the absolute point of discussion. Part of the problem with what's going on here now is that this proposal is actually, by the charter, the only way this body has to make a statement financially. And it's terrible. This body should have a much earlier ability with this mayor, and with all due respect, any future mayor, to sit down and negotiate budgets, not respond in a couple of weeks where we really listen to people propose what they did, or say what they did last year, propose what they're going to do next year, and very little actual discussion on what's in that budget. And I have a hope that this never happens today. But I am so frustrated, as I think many other people are, with how do you get the mayor, any mayor, to pay attention to the wishes of this body, to the legitimate concerns of this body and the school department. How do you get the mayor to pay attention? What mechanism do we have to say, listen to us? Except, as you're listening tonight, to a threat. And God knows that's the last thing in the world I want, and I presume most people in this room want. I do not want to hold a gun to the mayor's head, any mayor's head. I want to be part of a cooperative group that sits down and, in the best interest of this city, negotiates long before June 5th ever happens. So that when we have a budget review, we're all pretty much agreed on most of what's going to happen. We don't get a pile of numbers from one person who says, go through all this in the next couple of weeks and try to figure out how you're going to challenge it. That's just a terrible way to do this. So let me end with the fact that I have no message to the employees in this city that I disrespect them. I have the greatest respect for the employees who work in this city, including the school department. And part of the problem with the free cash business is if the mayor won't change her mind, there's still going to be, 19 people who get pink slips? And they're going to have to be, the superintendent can't wait till someone else becomes mayor in January. So 19 people. So that this problem, in my opinion, has to be solved now. And I am sorely saddened that it has to be through this sort of a process. And I really didn't even want to have this conversation because I don't want employees to think that we don't appreciate them. I don't want the school department to think we don't appreciate them. I want everybody to know we do appreciate them, and I want us to have a positive conversation. I never want somebody, again, to say that this sends a message that we do not appreciate people in this city. I've gone on long enough. Thank you, Chair.
Councilor Greenberg and then Councilor Humphrey.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a practical question for those proposing this resolution. The total amount is $844,000. That still leaves $1.55 million to bridge the gap.
Sorry, the resolution makes it clear that we understand there's an agreement of 1.1 million, and in addition, we want another 844,000, and the superintendent has agreed to find $500,000 of efficiencies. So it's almost 1.9 million instead of the 2.4, something like that. Sorry, just to explain.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. Thanks.
Okay, Councilor Humphrey.
Thank you. There were a couple points I wanted to respond to because my name did come up and I felt that some of the points I was making were perhaps not fully accurately characterized. So I want to be crystal clear. My opinion, especially after 6 years on the Finance Committee, is that an override is absolutely necessary. As Council President Laredo, I think, correctly characterized my position, there's a difference between is there money available long-term over many years versus can we figure out how to move things around in this particular year? And the argument that I'm making is that I think that, as we've discussed earlier tonight, that there are ways of moving things around this particular year, not necessarily for the long term, that do not require pitting the departments against each other. And I think another long-term thing is obviously, again, thinking about how we're handling the pensions approach. You know, we could, not saying this is what we should do, but we could solve it tomorrow with a pension obligation bond that funds 80% of the remaining obligation and spreads it out over 30 years, right? Suddenly that problem is gone. You could argue against it, as the administration has done, but that is a potential option there. That's another example of ways that you can figure out how to take a different approach to make this work. But I do think an override is necessary. And again, as I said earlier tonight, I knocked on more doors in support of the override a couple of years ago than anybody else, and I know that because I was running the door knocking program. Not a lot of other folks, including folks in this chamber, showed up for that. I know it was really bad weather, but hey. And I think we should be looking to Milton for their recent lessons. They just passed I think it was $9 million override despite the huge national economic turmoil, so we should find out what they did there. and think about that. And the only other comment I'll make is, I don't know the whole ups and downs over the longest period on this, but the subs at the high school level were eliminated when I was in high school after the failure of the override in 2008. I don't know if they ever came back, but that has happened before. I don't think they did come back. That's my understanding of it. So this has been a long-term issue. I was in the Newton Public Schools for 2 of the failed overrides. So I understand the situation here and the difficulty, but I'll leave it at that. I still think this resolution is not the way to go. And I think it does send a very bad message, not just to the employees, but also in the way that it is suggesting to the voters that the only solution here is by pitting the departments against each other because the money is so scarce and there's no other way to work it out. And I just don't think that's the case for this year. Long term, yes, if we don't get an override and we don't address some of these other issues, we might find ourselves in that situation, and I don't want that to happen, but that's a different question.
Councilor Danberg, I believe you wanted to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't know which of these resolutions would be preferable to the mayor. I appreciate the thought that's gone into all of them. We are seeing the legacy of failed overrides and the legacy of a disastrous more than a year of COVID. The loss to the students, the children, and the teachers in the schools is incalculable. We thought that after a couple of years they would have recouped what they lost, and they haven't. And yeah, I had an exchange student this past semester from Argentina. And every day after school, I would ask him, so what did you do in school today? And I would go through his classes and ask. And I can't tell you how many days, and thank you, Councilor Albright, for bringing this up, how many days he said, oh, today I missed 3 classes because I had subs and I had teachers were out and there were no subs. We've lost our subs because of a failed override. This is an unconscionable situation. What we need to here is give the mayor some options. And therefore, I am going to support this, although I do not like the way this is would go. I don't care what the mayor does to fund the gap for the schools, but we need to have her do something. She needs to pick something. A resolution is not putting a gun to anybody's head. She can just say no, but let's give her the option to pick something or a combination of things and fund this gap. Thank you, that's it.
Okay, Councilor Kelly, and maybe we're getting close to taking a vote. Go right ahead, Councilor.
Let's hope. Just because I haven't spoken much on this, I want to say a few words. It's been a very illuminating and challenging conversation tonight. I wish I had the insider view of Councilor Gentile to feel relatively confident, as I heard you, that something positive will happen on Monday. I wish I had faith in that or knowledge of that. I wish I had the confidence of my colleague Bill Humphrey that there is money. I agree with people who, I am on the side of use the free cash, solve this short-term problem now. We'll let the next mayor solve the longer-term problem later. I think this resolution is very creative, and I, like everyone else who's spoken, appreciate all the effort that went into it. Like has been said, I don't think the mayor will do it. I don't think she'll, historically in my 7 years on the council, I'm not sure she's ever taken any resolution that we've put forward. So, and that's because she does have some principles and she does have some guiding strategies. And maybe, as someone suggested, she may have a stubborn streak. I don't know why. I don't think this will pass, but I think putting all of these in front of her, not that she and her colleagues haven't already thought of all these things, but we are making a statement. We are putting the kids first. I don't think this will be taken, but I think I am now, after all of this conversation, going to vote for it too, though there are some problems. But I want to put it forward to her to show where we stand on this and that this is one thing to consider, and please work this out.
So, Councilor Kelly, I just want to correct one thing. I don't know if I used the word confident. I think I've been saying hopeful a lot. And I continue to be hopeful. I'm not sure that I'm confident. But my point being that I want to give the opportunity for something to be worked out, every possibility, and I don't think that this helps in that regard. The other thing I want to say is, I wasn't going to get into this, but I gotta, for those of you that think that I'm the ogre in the room and, you know, don't care about kids and don't care about the budget, President Laredo and Councilor Albright was sitting across in the hall with me one day when I made it clear that if the mayor wanted to use $2.2 million in free cash to settle this, that she had my support. Okay? Is that not the case? All right. Just so people know that. But for reasons that I'm sure you will hear next week from the mayor, because she truly has the long-term financial health of the city first and foremost in her mind, along with the kids. She's decided that, you know, that she wasn't able to do it at that time. I understand that. And contrary to some people in the room, I also understand that the charter by which we live by and what we can do. And so I have tried other means to try and get to a compromise that everybody can live with. And so that's, and I, as I said, I'm hopeful. But I don't want people thinking that, that I'm fine with where the budget stands and I haven't been trying to get the schools more money, because that's the furthest thing from the truth. So I hope, based on my witnesses, don't take my word for it, but they were there because I understand what people are saying about why they want to fund the schools. And there are other ways of doing it, and that's what people have been working on. And as I said, the mayor will address the issue, I'm sure, about, the use of free cash, the concerns that Moody has already raised, all of that business. She'll explain it a lot better than I, just so you understand the other side of it and why it has been such a difficult road. But hopefully, we're coming to the end of that road, and it will be, a positive resolution. So, having said that, if everybody has had their say, can we vote on the resolution? Okay, so who wants to make the motion, first of all, to approve it and second it? Councilor Oliver is moving approval. Councilor Grossman is seconding it. All right, let's have a roll call, please.
Councilor Albright?
Aye.
Councilor Baker?
No.
Councilor Bigsby?
Aye.
Councilor Block?
No.
Councilor Danberg?
Aye.
Councilor Downs? Councilor Farrell?
Aye.
Councilor Gentile?
No.
Councilor Getz?
No.
Councilor Greenberg?
Abstain.
Councilor Grossman?
Aye.
Councilor Humphrey?
No.
Councilor Kalis? Councilor Kelly?
Aye.
Councilor Krinsman?
No.
Counselor Leary,
No.
Counselor Lipoff,
No.
Counselor Lobovitz,
No.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Maliki,
No.
Counselor Mickley, Counselor Oliver,
Yes.
Counselor Wright, President Laredo.
No.
The resolution fails with 8 yeas, 11 nays, 4 absents, and 1 recusal.
Okay, 11 to 8.
There was 1 abstention. Counselor Greenberg abstained.
Okay, so the motion fails. All right, at this time, I would move that we be in recess till this coming Monday evening. Again, our regular business will start at 7 o'clock, and at the conclusion of that, we will reconvene in a committee of the whole to continue our budget discussion. All right? Everyone have a good night. Thank you.